Ranma 2096 Southeast Story. Ranma 2096 Southeast Story link. https://www.fanfic.ion.net/s/4,121,659/1/category Ranma genre supernatural/sci-fi author The Disciples of AGSIFWO4 link https://www.fanfic.ion.net/u/1503503/last updated October 13th 2008 words 230,189 rating Key status in progress content Chapter 1 to 33 of 33 chapters. Source fanfic.ion.net. Summary: the infamous fanfic classic returns. In 1996, Ranma Saotome was killed by the demon Chia, and life was never the same for those he left behind. In 2096, Ranma is resurrected and returns to a world darker and colder than he ever thought possible. Chapter 1 Threads author's note. A quick note before we begin. The chapters in this series are presented in the rough chronological order of events as they occurred after Ranma's death. As this is a collectively written series, despite our best efforts, some contradictions may still be evident. Additionally, any chapter that has an uncredited author was written by 4CW6, as this was his series when it began, but grew to be a collaborative effort as time goes on. Additional information on the OVIS series exists and can be found on our profile page. We will also be more than happy to answer any questions sent to us via PM or email. That said, on with the show. Ranma 2096 written by the disciples of the Anything Goes School of Indiscriminate Fanfic Writing based on Ranma 1/2, created by Rumiko Takahashi, and a fanfic by C. Michael Schumacher series created by 4CW6 threads by Aaron Mills. The vengeance of heaven is slow but sure. Tatewaki Kunu, Global Savior excerpt from the Jews and Chia Tapestry, Hot Ghosts, Cold Water, and the Truth About the Invasion of Japan by Drs. Karigo Sunkuzi and C.A. Jansen, M.A., University of Tokyo Press, 2102. Introduction. In the last 6 years, there have been many theories and rumors about what prompted the invasion of Japan by the now extinct members of the Musk dynasty in the winter of 2096. Most of these theories cite dissatisfaction with the worldview propagated by the Kunu Foundation through most of the 21st century. Others cite economic factors, or political pressure. While these are all factors which commonly are the cause of warfare between nations, the Musk invasion was prompted by something much more personal and much more sinister. In fact, the seeds for the invasion were planted over a century ago in the fall of 1996. And those seeds eventually blossomed into what has become known as the Second Coming of the Global Savior, as well as the realization that the supernatural does exist, even if the majority of the human race cannot perceive it. Many people are familiar with the so-called ripple effect. The idea that one small event can lead to larger and larger events further down the timeline. Many science fiction stories involving time travel largely deal with this concept. In the case of the Musk invasion, the inciting incident had to do, ironically enough, with the place where they ultimately met their end. The legendary Chia training ground of accursed springs located in the mountains of China. According to legend, something or someone drowned at each of the over 100 springs at Chia. The nature of the training ground is that if anyone falls into one of the springs, they will be cursed to change into the form of whatever may have drowned there, be it human or animal. The only known permanent cure for a Chia curse is to douse oneself in a spring matching one's natural form. A temporary cure can be found in the most simple of ways. A splash of hot water will change the victim back to their original form, but if they are splashed with cold water, the cursed form will return. Gran, what does this Chia place have to do with anything that happened back in 2096? Keep reading, Miko, it will make sense soon enough. Many of you are probably asking yourselves what this Chia place has to do with Japan. It all comes down to one individual who, unknown to him or most of the world at large, became one of the most influential figures in the history of the last 100 years. His name was Ranma Saotome. From his early life, Ranma had been trained by his father, Ranma, to be the heir to the Saotome school of anything goes martial arts. The two of them journeyed around Japan for years, training and refining their skills. When Ranma was 16, the two heard of Chia and departed for China. While there, they both fell into one of the springs. Ranma found himself cursed to turn into a panda, while Ranma fell into Nianachwan, the spring of drowned girl. After this event, the two returned to the Nerima district of Tokyo, moving in with an old friend of Ranma's, one Sun Tendo and his three daughters, Kasumi, Nebiki, and Akan. Sun and Ranma had decided years earlier that Ranma's son would marry one of Sun's daughters, and by common consensus, except by the newly engaged couple, Ranma and Akan were affianced. Unfortunately, the two of them, already resentful over a misunderstanding involving Ranma's as yet undiscovered curse and the bathroom, got along like a pair of wet cats in a burlap sack. Shortly after this, things began to become rather strange around the Nerima district, as Ranma and Akan soon found themselves beset by suitors, rivals, and enemies alike appearing from out of the woodwork with alarming regularity. We don't have the space to go into all the players in this romantic farce here, but if you would like to know more about how they all encountered Ranma Saotome and why they either loved/hated him, please see appendix at the end of the book. For our purposes, we will quickly gloss over those relevant to the events in this book, referring to specific details when they become relevant in later chapters. Take Wakikutu, Future Global Savior. Attended Furinkan High School with Ranma Saotome and Akan Tendo. Infatuated with Akan Tendo. Obsessed with defeating Ranma. Later became infatuated with Ranma's cursed female form. oblivious to the fact that both were the same person. Ryuga Hibiki, rival of Ranma, followed Ranma to Juzenkyo where he fell into the spring of ground piglet. Traced Ranma to Nerima, found in cursed form by Akan Tendo and adopted as her pet pig, P-chan. Akan remained unaware that her pet was also her friend Ryuga. Had no sense of direction and was rarely able to get from point A to point B without taking a side trip to points Q, B, and L. Shampoo, Xianpu of the Joksuzoku Amazons of China. Pledged to kill female Ranma after Ranma defeated her in combat. Later discovered Ranma's curse, and revealed that, since he was actually a man, she was now honor-bound to marry him, whether he wanted it or not. Fell into the spring of ground cat at some point, much to Ranma's regret as he had a severe case of agoraphobia. Kodakai Kunu, sister of Tatewaki, accomplished martial arts gymnast and poison expert. Infatuated with Ranma Saotome, and like her brother, completely oblivious to the fact that his cursed form was also him. Later formed the Church of Kodakai, or CKO. Widely considered insane, but wealthy enough to be reclassified as eccentric. Kulon, 300-year-old elder matriarch of the Joksuzoku and Shampoo's great-grandmother, came to Nerima to assist Shampoo in marrying Ranma. Well versed in martial arts techniques, magic, and mythology, disappeared in 2004. Tako's eyes, perverted elderly founder of the Anything Goes School of Martial Arts, master of Sun Tendo and Ranma Saotome. Responsible for unleashing the demon Chia, see below. Yukai Kwanji, okonomiyaki chef and martial artist. Engaged to Ranma Saotome at age 6 by Ranma in return for her father's okonomiyaki cart, which the elder Saotome promptly stole, leaving the young Yukayu behind. Yukayu would renounce all life as a female and train herself to take revenge on Ranma, tracking him to Furankan High School. However, things changed when Ranma discovered she was actually female. Ranma had always thought Yukayu was boy when they were growing up and managed to deflect Yukayu's anger by becoming the first person to ever call her cute. Yukayu renewed her claim on Ranma, and opened an okonomiyaki shop in the business district of Nerima. And, as many know, she later destroyed half of the Nerima district completely unassisted. Wore ribbons in her hair, prior to the hair ribbon ban of 2026. Gran. Is Yukayu and Ryuga are they? Yes, Miko, they are. But if they were alive back in 1996, how can they be granddads? Keep reading. I'll fill in the details later. Amidst all the plots, plans, challenges, and other odd events which seemed to plague the Tendo residents on a regular basis, one of Ranma's regular chores was keeping the perverted master Takozai in check. Takozai was addicted to women's underwears and waged a one-man campaign of terror across Nerima. Ranma frequently spent time curbing the old man, usually quite violently. It was after one particularly humiliating defeat that Takozai consulted an ancient scroll and used it to call forth a demon called Chia. Ironically and sadly, as it turned out, Ranma's cursed form was identical to the girl once pledged to be Chia's bride. Ranma fought the demon, and fought valiantly, but it wasn't enough. Ranma was killed, and the nature of Chia's magic was such that Ranma's soul took the place of that of the girl who had drowned in the Nianachwan. The soul of the girl in the spring was released and joined Chia, laughing at the foolish mortals who had tried to defeat them. They disappeared, leaving Akan alone with Ranma's body. The nature of the relationships in Ranma Saotome's life were so complex that they were not so much linear as a tapestry formed by the various links that everyone had to Ranma in some shape, way, or form. When Ranma was killed, the center of the tapestry was destroyed, and the threads began to unravel in such a way that it would mean a complete change to Tokyo, Japan, and the rest of the world, culminating in the rise of the Kunyu Foundation and, as was revealed later, its darker half, Yamacorp, and ultimately, the invasion of the Musk. But just as nature abhors a vacuum, so too did the tapestry of Ranma Saotome's life. Of the three fiancés that he had acquired, only one came from a culture that had extensive knowledge of magic. Only one would still be able to return to Chia to study and learn its secrets. And only one would be able to live long enough to see her work come to fruition. For on a cold, dark night in the fall of 2096, Shampoo managed to bring Ranma Saotome back from the dead. Chapter 2 Fananzianani and I beat him. Hard. Blow after blow I pounded on his blackened chest, each impact sending out large chunks of roasted flesh attached to molten silk. Once in a while, a rib of his would crack, or I would feel the pain as my own fingers shattered. I didn't care. With each new ache, I simply grit my teeth and yelled his name. It was his fault. How dare he die? How dare he leave me, when we'd been engaged? It's true, we thought, and joked, and said we didn't want it, but at least on my part, I threw out it all. A part of me had never really doubted that, when it came time, we would abide by our father's wishes, and be one, as man and wife. It was with that security, that claim, that I thought and taunted him. And he deserved it, too. The pervert. But he was my pervert. Mind you own, control, and Wednesday. My fiancé. My Ranma. And he was no more. That little lecher, Taco's eyes, called forth a ghost, and just with that, he took away my happiness, my love, my life. A 1500-year-old spirit came to seek his sweetheart, and found her in my fiancé's female form. Without a thought to any joy but his, he blasted Ranma, no preamble, explanation. Just glared, and focused, and fired a beam which even Ryuga's Shishihukan would pale die. It hit. I see it now, as I do almost every time I close my eyes with perfect clarity, and in slow motion. The concentrated beam moves on towards my fiancé, and when he notices too late what is to come, he puts in front of him a forearm, in a futile, automatic gesture of defense. The key blast strikes, and he's knocked back, twisting and pivoting in midair, until his body's parallel to the deadly rays. The energetic force propels him back, until he hits a wall. It crumbles, and he dies. I do not know. At first, I rushed to him, picked up his head, and rested in my arms, staring at his now unmoving face. The smell of charred meat mixes with the liquid of my salty tears and runs into my mouth, all senses striving to inform me of a fact that I will not accept. And then, the ultimate in proof. The corpse twitches, glows, and levitates a foot or two. I let it go, as it rises off the ground. Red heat flames form, and shine, and coalesce into a luminescent 5-foot form that rises from his waist, then disattaches itself from its previous link, and lets the body of my Ranma fall once more onto the gravel. It's Ranma-chan. The dormant spirit trapped inside of him is finally awake, his last, involuntary sacrifice arousing her from cursed slumber. Jubilant, her image focuses, and she floats off to meet her loved one. Chia. I cannot take it. That he killed my love. I think it. Now with difficulty. That it would have been impossible is bad enough, but that he should be so rewarded for my misery, that's unforgivable. I charge. From where I'd knelt, I move into a crouch, and build elastic tension in my legs before I spring towards the ghost, pulling out my mallet so that I may drive him into the ground, a nail to my affliction. No such luck. He stands, embracing the red-headed woman, and when he notices my dash, he merely frowns, then smiles, then laughs, and finally points a finger at me, sending out a miniaturized version of the blow that took out my beloved. When I come to, the twain are gone. Whether they disappeared, or traveled off, or went to heaven or to hell, I'll never know. The only thing I'm sure of is that with their parting, the two ghosts took all our happiness, our joy, our future hopes, and left behind a pair of somber, empty shells. I hadn't told him. He had lived, and died, and never knew. I took for granted that we'd wed, that one day we'd be able to express, that I'd be able to come out and, what's the use? I knew it then, I know it now. The past is gone. He's left, and I remain, and through the workings of my foolishness, and rage, and hatred, there is now no way that I can join him. Oh, that the Almighty had not fixed his cannon against self-slaughter. For once, Hinako's served me well. Why'd I do it? Had I waited, I'd be with him now, not in this dismal park of memory. Instead, impatience, and regret, and anger took a hold of me. My dreams were gone, and someone had to pay. First, Tako's eyes. He was the obvious choice. At-to-foot abnormality and his twisted tastes were at the root of all my woe. That day, and night, and for how long? I don't remember. Till whenever I myself did end, I walked in living dreams. Nothing seemed real. My sisters, father, friends, would talk to me, and cry, and try to comfort me, and I would listen, nod, and say I understood, when in reality I seldom even knew what they had said. Emotions ran too high within for consciousness to hold more than one thought, and at that time, that thought was clear and purposeful: revenge. The chosen night, when all the house had gone to sleep, I put my plan to work. Off went my habitual pajamas, the yellow ones, with birds on them. And on came lingerie I'd never dared put on before. A towel over that precautionary, just in case Kasumi or my dad should see me. And I stepped into the hall. Where was it? There. I looked around, and quickly found the thing I sought. A keepsake from Shampoo's last rendezvous with Ranma. I'd let her know her place. All was prepared. The pervert's room was just a little ways away. I went up to the door, and knocked. He was surprised. Who wouldn't be? For years, I'd pummeled any male who'd tried to date me, let alone lay hand upon my skin. He gawked, and paused, and gulped, and stared as the towel fell to the floor. Trembling, he looked at me with questioning eyes. I beckoned. A flash of movement, and the ancient ball of flesh jumped up and latched itself onto my bosom, growing its disgusting, wilted head between my breasts. I was repulsed, but thankful for the feeling. It made it that much easier. My right hand reached into the panty's elastic lining, and took the shard of broken glass which I had placed there. Just a quick, 1-second slice across the throat, and the late master of the Anything Goes School of Martial Arts dropped to the floor. That one's for Ranma, I told the corpse. That's when the shield began to break. Until now, ignorance had been my strength, and psychic disorientation my most trusted guide. The harsh reality of what I'd done, of what I had become, now sliced through my psychological defenses, and shattered my emotional armor. The pool of blood on the floor, the saliva on my chest. Those formed my pool of sorrow, the catalysts for the metamorphosis to follow. Their very realness broke to me the facts that I'd delayed assimilation of. What happened next is all confused. Heaven above has shown some kindness, and it has hazed that period in my mind. All I remember is a lot of running, panicking, and a pounding heart. The muscles beating audibly against my sternum several times a second, as with trembling hands I try to remember. Try to. No use. The next scene that I see is several hours later, at the bridge. The moon has set, the sun is not yet up, and by the starlight I can see the placid waters, little wave crests idly moving across the surface of the river. I smooth my dress. In some unconscious, automatic fit, I chose this as my death gown, pale pastels, yellow and sky blue, a suit which often Ranma had seen me in. It fit. My brow was firm. I blanked my mind, except for thoughts of him, of Emmy, of life and loss, of happiness foregone. And finally, I jumped. The waters took me in their frigid grip. So often had this very liquid changed my fiancé into the form that killed him. Now, it would change me. I let the fluid penetrate my throat and nostrils, fill my lungs and stomach, weighting me down with added mass until I sank onto the bottom silt, and onwards, to wherever Ranma was. I hoped. Poetic justice, at the trigger for his curse would prove my own undoing, I had thought, but I had never counted on the consequences of the act. So had the murders shaken me, and I had lost all faith in spirit, heavens, deities, and did not take into account the repercussions on my soul of self-extermination. No sooner had my eyes gone black and my heart still, than I woke up anew and saw with ghostly clarity. As I see now, I'm cursed, but no Jews in Kyo for me. I'm doomed to stay, and what's happened, all the grief and pain I've caused, and all the happiness and joy I've forfeited, forever knowing that I'll never join my dear beloved Ranma. I whisper, and slowly trace my fingers over his carved name on the marble monument. It is the anniversary of his death, and I have kept it without fail for over 90 years, despite the still fresh pain. You knew him? A voice from behind me. I thought I was alone here. Who? I turn around. It is a woman young, though that doesn't mean a thing, as far as spirits go, with straight, blonde, shoulder-length hair and large green eyes. Her dress is rugged, and she looks at me with a sympathetic smile. I had not seen this ghost before. Who are you? I ask her. She smiles. Childra Jansen, at your service, is her reply, and she extends a fair-skinned hand. I look at it, and then at her. Go on, she says, but slowly. You don't want to pass right through it. I nod, and carefully, gradually, place my fingers atop hers. They're warm. I can feel a pulse, and the coursing of her living blood. She is alive. But how? I look up quizzically. She smiles again. I am alive, she says, but I can see ghosts. Why do you come to me? I've studied you, and your period, and I'd like to know more from the source. What? I'm a historian. I enjoy my major, and I like to get my information firsthand. A pause. If you'll let me, I'd also like to be your friend. I can. A friend? I haven't had one in almost 100 years. I smile, and nod. This could prove interesting. If you'll talk, I'll listen. I promise, she says, and sits down on the marble bench beside me. I begin to cry. How much have I lost, and for what little gain? How is it that single friendly face can stir me to such heights? There was once a time when I would fight off suitors, and could afford the luxury of scorning even he for whom I truly held affection. Now, however, things have changed, and much. No longer does revenge drive all my actions, and my thoughts. Another feeling takes its place. Famine. Famine regret asterisk chapter 3 asterisk. Faithful Departed by Mike Loder are 2096 characters and situations used with permission. Takahashi's Land. I like the cemetery, which I suppose might seem a bit ghoulish a thing to like. But I do. It's green, and the grass is lush, and most of all a girl can be alone with her thoughts there. In Nirima, that's hard to manage. Perhaps all of Japan's as crowded as this, but my corner of it seems more so than usual. It's even crowded in the graveyard, but my companions there are all quiet. I talk to them from time to time. No, I'm not crazy. But you need to get your thoughts out in the open, you know. And they certainly can keep a secret. There's one stone that I visit more than the others, because of the age, I suppose. Kendoakan, and she was only 2 years older than me when she died, if the stone can be believed. Well, silly, of course it can. You don't find gravestones that lie, do you? I giggle a bit at that. Of course, she's really quite a bit older than me, but I seem to have her age fixed at 16. How did she die, I wonder? I see her pining away for her lost love, leaping from a bridge to be with him in death. That's silly, I know, but it's the image I get. Probably because it's so romantic. In reality, she probably was in a car accident or had AIDS or some other horrible illness. But because she's older than me, yet so close, comparatively, I talk to her a lot. She doesn't talk back, but that's one of her good points. Do you think Akito likes me? I ask her. It's possible, my mind answers. But is he really my type? Well, he's so cool. And he's cute. Well, yes. But, I add, he's not very nice. Remember how he treated Tawamura? I frown a little. I hadn't really thought about it before. Taramura's an ugly geek. Still, it wasn't very nice of him. He's mean, I finally tell the grass. Do I really want someone who's cool because he's cool? Of course not. You know, I tell Akan, even if he does like me, I don't like him. I feel satisfied, and dig my toes into the lush green grass. It's so peaceful here. My thoughts are clearer, away from the bustle and turmoil of the city. We're the same age, but I bet she never had the problems I did. I mean, she only died. I think I'm in love. So I came here again, with a good book and a thermos. It's getting to be a personal sort of thing. I know people would think I'm weird if they found out, but they won't. I've been sneaking up here ever since I was 14. Hi, Akan, I say, sitting down beside the stone. I read a bit in my book. It's the same one I read last time. I always take a book, begin reading it in the cemetery, and then stop reading it until I come back next time. So the whole book is read under the trees, on the green grass. I don't know why. Maybe I just feel the need to have the same surroundings all the way through. After getting through 2 chapters, I decide it's time to talk. I don't know. I think I'm in love with a hero. Well, I mentally tell myself. There's very little think about it. I obviously am. He doesn't even know I exist. I wail, kicking the turf in frustration. I developed an interest in karate a year ago, out of the blue, and it's kept me in good condition. My blow mars the clean earth a bit. I think about what I just said. He does know I exist. Actually, he just doesn't talk to me much, and when he does it's always awkward. He hates me. I tell the stone dejectedly. But, I tell myself, he doesn't act like it, does he? Sure he does. He gets all embarrassed, and he stumbles a bit, and he's real uncomfortable. Just like you. I gasp. Oh, I can. What if he likes me back? It certainly seems possible. I think perhaps it might be true. If it's not, well, that's not the end of the world. Yes, it would be. I think I'd throw myself into the river if he doesn't like me. An image of chill cold and burning lungs rushes through my mind with unnatural clarity, and I shudder. Okay, maybe not that far. I feel a bit depressed. My brain brings back to mind the wonderful possibility that he might actually like me, and I let it lift my spirits out of the clammy depths. I think he does like me. Yeah. But don't tell. I wonder if she went to Thurinken. I'm weird, I know. I lean back and bask in the sun, reading another chapter of the book. It's so green and bright here, and I always enjoy the warmth far more than when I'm anywhere else. Well, by my old standard, she's 2 years younger than me. But she's been in the earth so long. I see her as older than me, still. But not by much. I cry a bit more. That's another nice thing about having a dead person as your confidant. You don't have to be self-conscious about your appearance. The book lies on the grass, unopened. I'm too upset to read. We broke up, Ken, I finally say. We had a fight. I briefly feel sorry for myself, and sniffle a little. He was making eyes at Yuri, and so I yelled at him, and he yelled back, and we got mad, and I told him that I never wanted to see him again, and he said that was fine with him. I'm really crying now. It hadn't hurt this much when I told him. Had he really been ogling Yuri? I replay my memory. Yes, he was looking at her tits from across the room. I can't compete with that. I'm so flat-chested. Well, no, I'm not, actually. Weird, why would I think? Yuri. Yes, he really had been looking at her. But I looked at Furata last week. Remember? Looking at those abs and drooling. Yes, I say aloud, but that's different. Only because Hiro hadn't seen me, I admit to myself. Had I perhaps been a little too harsh? I was awfully mean to him. Yes, I had been. And now it's too late. But wait, it isn't. I could go to him and apologize, tell him I'd been stupid and jealous, admit that I had been wrong. I can't do that. I wail. It would be so humiliating. I couldn't. I am suddenly terribly angry, furious, livid with myself. How stupid. How petty. How can I let a silly thing like this wreck love? How can pride and jealousy hold that back? How stupid. Gone, and I never told him. I never told him. Huh? Oh, right, told him that I was sorry. I will tomorrow, I will. It's going to be really embarrassing. Who cares? Embarrassment is nothing. A wave of relief at my decision hits me with almost physical force. I manage a smile, and lean back, watching the branches of the trees flicker against the sun. I have a tournament coming up in 2 weeks. I know I'll win. I must be a natural, because I knew how to perform a lot of the katas without even being told. I'm turning into a real tomboy, I chuckle. A bit of melancholy steals over me, but not much. The peace here is wonderful. Things fall into place, into perspective. I need the quiet, and the time to let myself think and bask in the warm Sunday thoughts flow into my head here, almost as if they weren't mine at all. But of course they are. I walk quickly past my private spot, Hiro supporting me, little Kasumi tagging along behind. I don't know if I still think of Akan as older than me. 37 is a long way from 16. I still go there, to get away from the din, to find my peace and my answers. I wish I could go there now, but Hiro would worry if his wife went off to sit by a grave after just burying her mother. I'd worry too, except I read somewhere that people often have things they talk to. Like a dog, or a diary, or a cat, or a little pig. There's an odd thought. I glance quickly at the shaded stone, and tell myself to come back on the weekend, when Hiro is busy. I can unburden myself then. I can sort through Mother's death, and think about little Kasumi, and the things Hiro and I did this week. You need to talk to someone. I know I've had a good life, and I need to unburden myself. It is strange, but the sunlight seems so much warmer, so much more significant here. It suddenly feels like such a privilege, a treat, to lie in it and rest. It makes me sleepy, as well. My mind drifts, and it almost feels as though I'm someone else. Once or twice, I have found my memory playing on faces and things I do not know. It has almost frightened me, but the fear is beaten down and choked by the enjoyment I suddenly take in simple things. So peaceful. Such warm sun. I watch as they lower my husband into the earth, watch Togi and Kasumi cry. I dog at my eyes, but I'm not really that sad. We had 67 years. That's a long time. I don't think I'll be around much longer myself. That's okay. Always I've come here to rest. The last time will be no great change. After the funeral, I tell the children, who are not children anymore, that I want to be alone with Hiro. They understand, and leave. I nod to my husband, and walk over to Akan's stone. Such a thing. That someone who died before ever I knew her has been so steadfast. He's dead, Akan, I say. I knew it would happen soon. How do I feel about it? I ask myself. It is strange that I am so introspective here, and nowhere else. It was a mercy, really. He could no longer do the things he liked. And we had years. We had so many years, and moments, and we grew together. And we had the children, of course. I'll be joining him soon, I tell the stone, and feel a bit sad. But not much. I hope I'll join him. I hope, yes, I hope. I don't see how I couldn't. It would be a cheat not to finally be with Ra. With Hiro. How odd. I am old. My mind fastens upon these things. Look, there is the reason. I was looking at that stone there. Saotome Ranma. And he died about the same time as Akan. How curious. Why have I never noticed this? I know I have seen that inscription before, and been intrigued, and my curiosity drains away. I think of the children, and their children, and I gingerly lower myself to the lush green grass. Such a thing, to be old. I bask in the warm sun with a desperate enjoyment, my mind retreating as it does more and more when I come here. It is as though I am not me at all. I never had such a terrible longing to feel the sun warm my skin, to feel the wind, to dig my toes in the grass. I won't be able to, soon, and it is so good. They toss in the earth, and I sit up. I am 24. I drift out of the hole, leaving the old shell that I was. I am vaguely sorry that Kasumi and Togi are so sad. And I'm curious. What now? Hero. Hero. There he is. He comes to me, 22 and full of youth and vigor, and takes my hand. We don't need to speak. We never did. From under a shaded tree, then, I see her. I had arranged that my grave be beside hers, arranged with urgency that came from nowhere. She looks as I knew she would. Somehow, I know her. Hero kisses me. And the graveyard begins to fade. Somewhere beyond, there is warm sun and peace and green grass, and we will be there together, he and I wish I had not seen her. I wish there were only well wishes in that look she gives me. But I know now things I did not, and only a saint would not have that despairing, envious, hateful, ugly part of that gaze from where she stands. She is not a saint. She is not me, either, and it is hurting her to finally be forced to realize this. I wrap myself into Hero, and as the world fades I hope my friend will visit me, finally content. For part of that awful look was glad that I was happy, and that, after all, is what defines a friend. This graveyard hides a million secrets the trees know more than they can tell. The ghosts of the saints and artists will haunt you in heaven and in hell. Look over your shoulder, hear the school bell ring. Another day made to measure history. I don't care if your heroes have wings, your terrible beauty's been torn. You're a history book. I never could write poetry in paralysis. Too deep to recite. Dress yourself, caress yourself. You've won the fight. We're going to celebrate tonight. We'll even climb the pillar, like we always meant to. Watch the sun rise over the strand. Close our eyes and we'll pretend it could somehow be the same again. I'll bury you upright so the sun doesn't blind you. You won't have to gaze at the rain and the stars. Faithful departed, there's no broken-hearted and no more distress in your world without end. Philip Severin and Faithful Departed *, Chapter 4 *, Ashito no Yume Ashita no Yumi, Dreams of Tomorrow, by Jeffrey Paul Hosmer. 2096 Characters and situations used with permission. Takahashi's warned. She laid on the bed, dreaming. There's no time for this, she scolded herself gently. I have to get up. There's always work to do. If I don't do it, who will? With an effort, Kasumi opened her eyes. She threw off her covers and swung her feet around, uttering a small leap as they touched the cold floor. She wanted nothing more than to go back to bed and cuddle next to her nice warm husband. Kasumi looked over her bed and yes, her husband was there. Of course he was. Dear Tofu-chan. Belle-chan was in her room, still asleep, no doubt. She had not gone to bed until late. She was so excited about today. That's right, Kasumi thought. The family beach trip. I have to make sure everything is ready. Hesitantly, she walked out to the kitchen. She had forgotten something, she knew. It was nagging at her, but resisted all her attempts to recall it. Finally, she shrugged. If it really was important, she would remember it sooner or later. Soon, the miso soup was on for breakfast and she could spare a few moments to get dressed and ready for the day. Everyone would be coming. It would be so nice to see the family again, and all of their friends. It was surprising that they could all make it. Kasumi turned as she heard a gentle footstep on the stairs. Tofu-chan flashed her a smile as he stepped into the kitchen, then turned toward the front doors to go and collect the morning paper. Stairs? She hadn't come down well, of course there were stairs. She lived above the clinic now. It was back at the dojo where her room was on the ground floor. She must really be sleepy. She smiled more brightly as she heard Tofu greeting someone at the door. Moments later, the Hibikis walked in, Yukayu and Ryuga holding hands while Kyoka followed. They all said good morning, and Yukayu presented a big picnic basket partly full of okonomiyaki. How nice, Yukayu-chan. You didn't have to go to all that trouble, she said. Yukayu merely nodded and sat down at the table, adjusting her straitjacket. No, she was just wearing her okonomiyaki outfit. Really? Why would Yukayu be in a straitjacket? Kasumi shook her head. She was really full of foolish notions today. Well, she'd talk to Tofu-chan about it later. She had chores to do. Soon, her delicious food was filling the basket, next to the okonomiyaki. Yukayu had written something on them, she saw with a smile that turned to a puzzled frown. Boom! What could that mean? Again, she felt the nagging suspicion that she had forgotten something. Onichan. Came the call, followed shortly by Nebiki and Kunyu. Oh, my. Kunyu certainly has matured since all the trouble he had caused back in high school, Kasumi thought. He looked very handsome in the dark business suit Nebiki had made him wear. It was almost like he was attending a funeral. Oh. The Kunyus were followed by Kodakai, who offered her a bouquet of red roses. Kasumi smiled and put them into some water, then looked at them again and frowned. They were dying already, turning black. How unlike Kodakai. She was so good with plants. She turned to the female Kunyu, who only gave her a sad, despairing look. A look that said, I tried to keep them alive, but the group was almost complete, Kasumi thought with a smile, banishing the gloomy thought. Everyone was sitting around the table, talking quietly. So quietly, Kasumi couldn't even make out the words. But they were there, her family, both close and extended. Kasumi Onichan, came the voice she had been waiting years to hear again. No, surely only hours, days at most. Saotome entered, smiling sadly at her big sister. She was followed by Ranma, who was struggling to keep a hold on their twins. What were their names again? Kasumi was shocked that she couldn't remember. Well, it would come to her. The group got ready to leave then, everyone heading for the beach. They stepped out and Kasumi locked the door. Akan stood close by, watching her quietly. Kasumi smiled at her little sister, happy to see her. Akan returned the smile a little hesitantly. Hey, wait for us. A very familiar female voice called. Kasumi turned in shock. Okasan, she whispered, as her mother and father walked up. Surely you weren't leaving without your parents, Kendo soon asked, his eyes twinkling. No, of course not, Kasumi said. Why was she acting like this? Of course her mother would be here. They were a family, weren't they? All together, all happy, and with a glorious future ahead of them. Happily, she walked alongside her husband, her family and friends following her. Then Tofu-chan stopped. Oh, it was his assistant, Gosankuji Kyufu. Good morning, Doctor Ono-san, he said, smiling and bowing courteously. Everyone else except for Tofu-chan and Belladonna seemed to fade into the background. The nagging feeling returned, stronger than ever. Oh, Kasumi replied. I'm sorry if I'm interrupting, but I was hoping that you were done with those discs I left you. I need to get them back before your sister misses them. Of course, the discs. Kasumi smiled. She had been disturbed at first when Nebiki began to pressure them to sell their home. Of course they had refused. It was more than just a building to them. It was where they had met and fallen in love. Bell-chan had been born there. Hadn't Tofu-chan been so funny, panicking as she did all the work to bring Bell-chan into the world? It had been a natural childbirth and Kasumi had been so proud of her little girl. She hoped that one day Nebiki would know the same joys. But she had underestimated her little sister, and Tofu-chan's nice assistant had cleared it all up. Nebiki had been planning all along to create a new shopping and living complex, all in honor of Akan and Ranma. Wasn't that sweet? And Gosankuji had even risked his job to bring them the files Nebiki had put together, planning it all out in strict detail. Nebiki was so lucky to have such an employee. How did he manage to do all of that? Once that was explained, Kasumi understood why her sister was pushing for them to sell so urgently. Just like Nebiki-chan, never wanting to look soft. She and Tofu-chan had discussed it and were willing, for Akan and Ranma's memory, to sell their home. Oh, of course. They're at the house. I'll get them, she said. Oh, no need, Kyufu replied. I can get them, If you just let me borrow a key. He was a friend of Tofu-chan, but she couldn't let him put himself out like that. No, no. Just wait here. I'll do it. She turned to her husband. Tofu-chan, you and Bell-chan wait for me at the train station. I'll be right back. She turned back home. Strange, where did everyone go? Suddenly, it was just her, walking back home. She didn't even feel in control of her own body anymore, like she had to walk this path. She got back to the clinic and started to open the door. Oni-chan, don't. It was Akan. She must have fallen in a puddle or something, Kasumi thought. Her dress was dripping wet. It was soaked, through and through. Actually, she thought, just as if she had been pulled from the river. Oni-chan, Akan pleaded. Come back. We can all go to the beach, all of us. We can have a happy future, just like we were supposed to. Don't go in there. Suddenly, everyone was standing behind Akan. Father and mother, Ranma, Nebiki and Tofu-chan, Ryugi and Yukayu. Even Shampoo and Moose had arrived somehow. They beckoned to her. Kasumi shook her head. Something was wrong. She opened her mouth, but the words that came out were not what she meant to say. Akan-chan, some dreams are not meant to be. She stepped into the clinic. Epilogue. Akan screamed as she fell out of her sister. She couldn't live through the memory again. Kasumi's memory. The memory of being burned alive, then buried in rubble. The ghost wept aloud at the thought, even though there was no one to hear her. Sitting up on the cold hospital floor, she forced herself to look at the burned and broken body that was her eldest sister. She couldn't see much, with all the bandages and machines Tofu-sensei had insisted they use. The man was almost insane with grief, pushing his medical knowledge, and the knowledge of others to the brink to heal his wife. And Akan had watched it all. Finally, unable to bear the thought of her sister suffering, she had tried to possess her own sister, and give her happy dreams, at least. It hadn't worked. Kasumi was too strong-willed and perceptive. She had seen through the deception in the end. Why? Why you, Oni-chan? The ghost sobbed. You can't die. You can't. I need you. The living paid her no mind, of course. She was a ghost, doomed to walk the earth because of her sins. It was her punishment, and she deserved it. To be alone. If Kasumi died, she might not be alone. She could be with Oni-chan forever. No. Kasumi was going to live, she was going to get better, and when she died, she was going to go someplace happy. But what if? Akan's thoughts were cut short by her niece entering the room. Bell-chan, Kasumi's perfect daughter. Akan ached to comfort her, to soothe her, like an aunt should. And Bell-chan had been crying. Her eyes were red and puffy, her hair was a mess, and her steps uncertain. Slowly, she walked to her mother's bedside. She stared at her mother for a long time, her thoughts around. She then opened her purse, and pulled out a large hypodermic needle. The end. Chapter 5 *. Echoes. A man walked through the wreckage, elbowing his way past the crowd of workmen on the periphery of the site. It had been quite a blast. Over a week of work, and all they'd really been able to do was rescue a lone victim in time to put her into the ICU of the local hospital. Considering the instability of the place, it was a wonder that one of the demolition crew wasn't there, as well. Thankfully, most of the curious onlookers that had prevented them working earlier were gone. The police were finished with their investigation, and if all went well, they'd have the place secure enough to place the dynamite within the next 24 hours. He hugged his clipboard to his side and clambered over a few large fragments of concrete as he began his investigation. Echoes. A Ranma 2096 side story written by Rui de Madeira, edited by 4CW6. A sleep-deprived production. Ranma 2096 characters and situations used with permission. Yoshi took a long look at the damaged building. According to his records, the place had been a dojo before the explosion, although it hadn't been open in years. Now, all that remained was the burned wreck of the training hall and crater where the house had been. The initial blast had flattened most of the neighborhood and set fire to everything else, but for reasons nobody understood, part of the training hall had survived. The two walls that had been perpendicular to the house were still upright and still connected to each other by the charred remainder of one of the cross beams that had supported the roof. For some reason, the sight of the ruin brought to mind the image of a gate or a portal, such as those one found at the entrance to temple. That image stuck in his mind as he continued to stare at the remains. Amazing, he thought. That single quote is supposed to be the center of the blast, yet that damn thing is still standing. Whoever built it sure knew what they were doing. He started walking towards the wreck, taking care to avoid the pit. As he got closer, he noticed a girl sitting atop the rubble of the outer wall and staring at the building. I thought all the kids would had their fill by now. He altered course and walked over to her, but she ignored him. Hey, you. What are you doing here? This is a restricted area. The girl looked up at him, startled. She must have really been out of it. He had made enough noise to wake the dead, yet she failed to even notice his approach. Strange. Well, what are you doing here? Apart from the portal, everything on the site was unstable. He'd been at this for years, and even he was having trouble with his footing. If she didn't get out of there soon, something was going to give, and when it did, she glanced around from left to right, then snapped her head to face him. After only an instant's hesitation, the look of surprise on her face was replaced by one of cautious, contented weariness. She smiled somewhat, but her eyes were set and a heavy air hung over her. Nothing really. Just taking a look at the place. Then, more softly, a last look. You know the place? Hi. It brings back memories. She fidgeted with her fingers, and glanced anxiously about her. Probably never expected to be caught, since even the workmen stayed away from this part of the wreckage. Yoshi grabbed a protruding iron bar and swung onto a solid-looking pile of rubble next to her. Neighborhood kid or not, she had no business here. Deity knew that Tokyo was filled with empty buildings children played in. Heck, he himself fondly remembered hide-and-seek in the ruins of the Mammoth Hotel, but when they were gone, he took a look at the girl. She was probably in her mid to late teens, yet something in her face made her seem older. Probably grief. Females tended to be sentimental over the silliest things. Then again, who's to say he wouldn't cry over a building, too, if he couldn't? He shook his head in an attempt to clear it. Something about her just didn't seem right. The clothes, perhaps. That must be it. She seemed too old to be wearing that kind of preteen fashion. Her dress was knee-length, pastel blue with soft yellow accents, and a sky blue diadem kept her clothes cropped black hair in place, just like a toddler decked for a Sunday stroll in the park. Her posture, too, just didn't seem to go. She sat hunched forward, elbows on knees and head supported by both hands. Yoshi cleared his throat. "You shouldn't have come here," he said. "This place has been declared a disaster area, and with good reason." He tapped a nearby piece of wood with his clipboard, and gestured at it as it fell to the ground, taking several other fragments with it. "What do you think your parents would say if they found out you came here? I doubt they'd be very happy." She turned away from him, to look back at the ruin. "They wouldn't say much," she mumbled. "I'm sorry. They're dead." Ah. So it wasn't just a playpen she was mourning for. "I'm sorry," he said, and he was. Right then, he felt about an inch tall. They died in the blast. A pause. She continued staring at the sight, not bothering to face him. "No," she finally admitted. "They died a long time ago." He sat down near her and turned his attention towards the wreckage, his clipboard beside him, forgotten. "Why come stare at this mess, then? Did your family?" As he stared at the wreckage, an image began to fade into view. I lived here. We lived here." He looked around the area, taking in the details as they shimmered briefly into view in the fashion with which he'd grown so familiar. The image was quite vivid, more so than those of the surrounding neighborhood. "Looks like it used to be a nice place," he said casually. The girl sat up and gave him a questioning glance. It was Yoshi's turn to get even with Lady Mystery. He ignored her unvoiced query and continued with his examination. "Even with the house and the hall, there's still quite a bit of free space. Not too many places have this much. The carp pond was a nice touch as well. I wouldn't mind having one myself, but there's no room." The girl's eyes, which had widened in amazement, now also held a touch of, not fear, which was how everyone else seemed to greet his rantings, but hope, delight. Her smile widened, and he could have sworn her face literally lit up as she looked first at him, then at where the pond was, or rather, where the pond should have been. It had been filled by debris from the house and the walls surrounding the property, and now appeared only as a slight depression in the ground. "How did you know all that?" She clasped her hands in front of her. "It's a gift," he explained, still a bit put off by her reaction. "For some reason, people in my family have always been able to see things no one else could." He stared at her, but she just smiled back at him. She shrugged and turned back to look the house. "Strange, I know, but that's the way at Island. Grandpa was able to see all sorts of things, while Pop seems only to be able to see things imperfectly. Me, the only thing I ever seem to see are dead objects." Now she paled. "Dead objects? How can something that's not alive die? It can't leave a ghost. It doesn't have any It's impossible. It's not so much that they're ghosts as they are echoes from the past. When you go into the house that no one's living in, it seems to be dead. But go into a house where people live and you'll notice that it feels lived in. When the house gets knocked down, that feeling tends to hang around before fading. The longer the place has been lived in, the longer it takes to leave. I know of one building that was over 100 years old when we demolished it. That was more than 7 months ago. Yet when I pass by the place I can still see it. Same thing with this place." "Oh." The girl seemed pacified by his response. "No. People? Living things?" She shook his head. "Then, can you see anything else? Can you tell me anything more about it? It would mean a lot to me." Without answering, he focused on the building, and smiled as the images formed. The training hall had been solidly constructed, in the good old Tokyo fashion, but she squinted at the scene. Pieces of the house and dojo seemed to flicker in and out of existence. Since it was demolished so recently I can see the images pretty clearly. Some rice paper screens, shogi board on the porch, and wooden stairs inside. I think, to be honest, you'd think the place would fallen down long before now, given the way things had been patched up. The students around here must have been real brutes." He turned from the scene as the blinking sections of the construction began to give him a headache. "What I'd like to know," he moaned, "is how they made the holes in the roof. There must be 1,000,000 of them." He looked over at the girl and noticed that she was blushing. "Something wrong?" A pause. "You told me to say more. I'm sorry if No, it's all right." She started to put her hand on his, then drew it back sharply. I'm sort of responsible for those holes. Well, some of the smaller ones. At Island, you're joking. Whatever possessed you to punch holes in the wall?" The girl swung her head towards the wreckage once more. Her lips straightened into a narrow line, and the area around her eyes tightened. She seemed to have hit a nerve. "I kind of got into a lot of fights with my fiancé," she intoned. "He'd say something insulting. I'd try to get him back, then he'd duck, and I'd miss him and hit something else. I'd get him in the end, but we tended to cause a lot of damage." She lowered her head along with her voice. "We didn't get along too well." "No kidding. The guy sounds like a real jerk." "Your fiancé, eh? Why did you ever agree to marry him?" It was arranged by our fathers when we were born. Talk about old-fashioned. So now, thanks to your father, you are going to get stuck with someone you can't get along with. You should really try and get him to drop it if all you to do is fight, or you could end up being sorry. The girl's expression hardened, and she flinched at his every word. Hey, what's the matter? He asked, but she only stood and prepared to run off. That was bad. If she tried to bolt from the unstable pile. He held out his arms to her. Hold on a second. She did, but only to look down on him from her full height. Her face was firm, and her cheeks were aglow with luminescent tears. "Phat girl." She's not. Oh, deity. Like I said, she spoke, in a surprisingly crisp voice. I came here for one last look. Even as he reached out to her, frozen in that posture from amazement and surprise, she sunk down into the wood, concrete and steel, leaving no trace of her presence. It seemed his talent saw far more than he had thought. How many of the people that he'd met once, and had never seen again, how many of the people that had wrung their hands and looked at him while dead when he waved to them had been ghosts? Yoshi took his clipboard from where he'd laid it and prepared to climb back down, never taking his eyes off the impromptu pedestal where the spirit had Saturday. How goes the survey? A female voice. Could it be? He spun around and almost fell, his line of sight falling on a young woman with long, brown hair and sad brown eyes. "Ona Belladonna," she said in a business-like fashion. "I'm the daughter of the victim." He took her proffered hand and with her help went back to ground level. "Just call me Yoshi. Everyone does. Are you going to be able to dynamite soon?" "Yep. Hope to have it done within the week." Understandably, his mind wasn't on the job right now. There were a few things he'd have to talk over with his father. He had a feeling there'd been something kept from him, and he wanted to know why. "What about the police? I thought they were going to search the site for evidence." "They're done," he said. "They said they have all they need, but it's not like they'll tell the United States anything. You have no idea what caused this." First impression was a gas leak, but since the place has been deserted, what had happened? The thought drew him back from his daydreams. I guess I'd have to say it was a bomb. I can't think of anything else but a bomb." "You're sure?" "Well, I can't be sure, but, look at the place." He waved around him. "Too many bits of everything, too little left intact. Keep your eyes peeled. I'm as curious as anyone else, but if the cops clam up and they say they're done, your best bet is the 6 o'clock news a week or two from now. You don't think this was an accident?" He paused, and thought. For about 3 seconds. "To be honest, I can't see how." Belladonna frowned. "Oops. That's right. How's your mother?" "She lives." "Glad to hear it. That means that the girl I saw wasn't." But then, she clenched her fists at her sides and looked intently at the wreckage, ignoring him. Her brow was furrowed and her eyes gleamed viciously while a cool evening breeze lifted the bottom of her gray dress. So young, and yet so full of hot belladonna. We must go. The doctors are waiting for us. A middle-aged man had locked up while he was deep in thought, and now stood beside the young woman. His light brown hair was tied back in a ponytail which fell over the back of his black suit, and though it was dark, he wore thick sunglasses, presumably to hide tears. Her father? Hi, Hotu-san. Her father. The elder Oma put his arm around his daughter, and she embraced it. Without a further word, he led her off back the way he had come. Yoshi stood watching as they walk off, and were soon lost from sight behind a pile of debris. A shrill whistle broke him from his reverie. Quitting time. The other workmen would be getting ready to leave, and he should too if he wanted to file the report by morning. After that, he'd be able to rest for a few days, maybe a week. Deity knew he could use the time to think things over. But before then, he turned his head to face the portal, the three beams that were so miraculously intact. He felt compelled to look at it. One last time. The vilest deeds like poison weeds bloom well in prison air. It is only what is good in man that wastes and withers there. Pale anguish keeps the heavy gate and the warder is despair. Oscar Wilde. The ballad of reading jail fate sits on these battlements and frowns, and as the portal opens to receive me, a voice in hollow murmurs through the courts tells of a nameless deed. And Radcliffe, The Mysteries of Udolpho Chapter 6 Spiral by Jason L. Jacob Langlois, edited by 4CW6R. 2096 Characters and situations used with permission. Takahashi's Land. Kwanji Yukai stared down at the darkened streets of Nirima. She hadn't had a customer in the 3 weeks since She didn't want to think about it. Too much had changed since that time. The Kunus were never out of that mansion of theirs. Shampoo, mousse, and cologne had gone off to China. Shampoo did have to be sedate and in cat form before they left, and Ryugu was nowhere to be seen, as usual. She felt for him the most. He probably hadn't even heard the news. She forced her mind away from that subject, only to have it turn directly to the Tenbos. She hadn't seen them since. For a very long time. But that wasn't exactly true. Kasumi had come a week and a half ago to see if Yukayu was okay. But to Yukayu, she had seemed harder. Oh, she was still Kasumi, still as kind and gentle as ever, but it was almost as if instead of it being the driving force behind her, it was now a shield to protect her. Her eyes had lost the spark that made her kindness nourishing. Even so, Yukayu had been happy to see her. No one else had visited her since. For days. Kasumi said she had been checking on all of Ranma and Akan's friends to let them know that the Tendo family was available if they had needed anything, but something in her eyes had betrayed itself to Yukayu. Although she didn't know it, she asked the one question no one in their grief had thought to ask Kasumi. Kasumi, are you okay? Kasumi stopped then from going out the door. One hand braced her on the door frame while the other flew up to her mouth. Her body, which had been stiff when she came in, began to shake violently as a muffled sob escaped from the confines of her hand. Yukaya walked over and embraced Kasumi, who began to shake all the harder. For a while, there were only heart-wrenched sobs to break the silence. Then, from out of nowhere, one phrase cut through. "It's all my fault, Yukayu." Yukayu's eyes went wide with unparalleled shock. She gently pushed Kasumi up to try to look into the eyes that were now avoiding her own. "What are you talking about?" she asked, somewhat louder than she had planned. Kasumi didn't flinch. "It's all my fault." She was calm and collected, as if reciting facts from a book. "If I'd been there for her, if I'd seen the signs, maybe." She trailed off, tears still flowing down her now stonily passive face. "I wasn't there for her, Yukayu." Yukayu took Kasumi's face in her hands. "Listen to me, Kasumi," she said as firmly as her shaking voice would allow. "What Akan did was not your fault. None of us saw what she was going through." Yukayu could see Kasumi's recaptured calm beginning to break again. Something inside of her told her to keep pushing. "Akan didn't reach out to us," she kept her anger inside. "That anger is what killed her. Not you, not me. Her anger. That's what drove her to do those horrible things, got that?" Yukaya was nearly hysterical herself, and forced her calm facade back onto her face. Kasumi was crying, holding to Yukaya for dear life. "It's just so hard." Yukaya stroked her hair. "I know, honey, but we have to be strong. It's okay to be sad, and it's okay to grieve, but we cannot blame ourselves. It's what they both would have wanted." Kasumi nodded, and wiped her eyes, and gave Yukayu another long hug. "Thank you, Yukayu. I think I needed to hear that." Yukayu smiled and walked Kasumi to the door. But her words, the words that had comforted Kasumi so much, haunted her thoughts for the rest of the night. They plagued her the following week, and they drove her to tears now as easily as before. Hyphenate single quote that's what they both would have wanted. The words broke through the barrier she had erected in the last week, for fear her sanity would give way under her like sand in the desert. They both would have. The memory, too long held that day, struck her with snarling vengeance. Ran-chan was gone, taken from her by someone she hadn't even seen. And to make matters worse, it was a ghost that killed him. Not a creature she could hunt down, not a person she could seek vengeance on. A ghost. Akan had explained it all in graphic detail, in a cold, quiet voice that should have warned Yukayu of what was to come. In that respect, the ghost hadn't just taken her Ran-chan, it had taken her best friend. The only real friend she felt she had since she had come to Nerima. Akan had jumped off of a bridge on the day of the funeral, after having killed Mumber. Yukayu refused to dishonor her friend's memory by associating those acts with her. Akan's words flowed through Yukayu's mind like ghosts, salting the wound these memories had viciously reopened. He laughed at me. Yukayu. He took my soul away, destroyed all my chances at happiness, and then he laughed at me. Tears splashed down on her clothing, as they had for many days now, until she had been afraid she would dry up and blow away. This time she let them come, didn't try to wipe them away or force them back into her eyes. She didn't sob, she just let the tears flow. Then, she heard the scream. It started low, barely audible, and welled up in both volume and pitch until it seemed it was in her very backyard. She raced down the stairs and almost out the front door to investigate, but the sounds of struggle and wood breaking from her training area halted her. It was in her backyard. She crouched and scuttled toward the door, and the cries of anguish made themselves clearer as the crunch sound of her targets being ripped apart began to subside. She was almost at the door, and the sound almost abated, when a heavy, screamed "No!" pierced the air, and the battle resumed. Suddenly, she knew who the assailant was. She ran outside and saw the imposing, flaming figure striking out at whatever was in reach. Breath filled her lungs, and she steeled herself for confrontation. Ouga. The crazed, desperate eyes of Hibiki Ryuga practically struck Yukayu, as if they themselves held the power of a ki blast. She stepped back involuntarily as he stumbled toward her. Worn out from whatever demons he had battled, both here and wherever he had come from, tears flowed down his face, and for a moment Yukayu felt for him. His raspy voice barely touched her ears. "Akan's dead." She nodded slowly, not wanting to entice him to release a ki blast. The battlelords surrounding him already threatened to tear up half of Tokyo. She could feel the heat from him as a palpable force, cause sweat to form and bid on her brow. Then she felt the heat rise. "Where is he?" He rasped, the repeated, louder, "Where is he?" When Yukayu shook her head, he lunged toward her, stopping only when he was inches from her face. "Where's our enemy? Why couldn't he protect her? I'll kill that bastard with my bare hands." Yukayu's eyes narrowed in fury. "How dare you!" Her hand reached back, and she slapped Ryuga for all she was worth. Her hand burned, both from the contact and the ki energy boiling from his body. "You jackass! Ranma's dead, and all you can worry about is your vengeance." She began to beat hard on his chest. "You bastard! He's the reason I can." She was halted by the horrified look in his eyes. "He's Ranma's. Oh my God!" He sank to the ground and began to weep with utter abandon. His ki energy abated, drained by the lack of anger needed to focus its manifestation. He sunk to his knees as tears streamed down his face, and looked up at Yukayu. "How?" She shook her head, her own tears and racking sobs forcing any answer back the way it would have come. She, too, fell to her knees and hugged Ryuga as he wept. Together, the shared pain became less, and the night seemed, if not welcome, then bearable. Yukayu stood in a dark void, shapes blurred unrecognizably. Her heart beat in anticipation of what she knew she was about to see. She didn't know how she knew, but she did know she was terrified of it, and tried to block it out by squeezing her eyes shut. The images remained, actually growing clearer, and her blood ran cold inside her. I single quote been here before. This is where. As if responding to her, the image sharpened terrifyingly fast, and she saw the events of that dreadful October night in brutal clarity. Akan and Ranma were crouched low, in balanced fighting stances, Ranma shouting defiantly at a glowing, translucent shape before them. Yukayu ran toward them, shouting at them to run, to get away. As always, as she knew what happened, her friends didn't hear her. But the ghost did, and that was a surprise to Yukayu. It looked at her. It recognized her, stopping her flight with his look alone. It grinned evilly at her. With an upward gesture from the spirit, Ranma was lifted off the ground, red energy tearing at his body. He screamed in pain and terror, echoed by Akan. Yukayu was too stunned to scream. The body slammed to the ground, unmoving. Akan screamed his name, tears flowing down her face as she ran to him, put his head in her lap, stroked the smooth hair, pleading with him to get up, for God's sake. Ranma was still, and Yukayu knew why. She'd seen it before. Akan watched in horror as the body floated up, a new form coming loose from Ranma's charred and broken body. Ranma-chan, the one that the spirit had wantonly killed for, floated to the first ghost with a look of pure rapture as Ranma's body slammed one last time to the ground. It was tagged in, too much for Akan. She screamed something intelligible and struck, her legs coiling, then releasing like a cobra, her mallet flying toward her foes. The ghost laughed its ghostly laugh. Then it struck at Akan, with the same blast that had taken Ranma's life. Yukayu screamed as Akan hit the floor. Then, in her dreaming mind, she knew it was over. She waited for the release of waking up. But it wasn't over. The ghost floated to Akan, and whispered something in her unconscious ear. Impossibly, they were next at the Tendo house, and Yukayu was seeing new images. Images she shouldn't have seen. Tako's eyes, the letter who had called forth the demon who killed Ranma, dead, at Akan's feet. Akan, running in fear, in pain, in desperate madness. Then, through Akan's eyes, falling, water all around, but not struggling. And in the background, the spirit's laughter, congratulating Akan, and then addressing Yukayu. You, too, shall fall. The image spiraled away, but the laughter did not. Yukayu's eyes snapped open and she sat bolt upright in her bed. She put a shaking hand to her chest, trying desperately to calm her ragged breathing. The same dream. It's only the same dream. A little different, that's all. Her thoughts did nothing to calm her fears. They never did. Her eyes darted around the room, until they fell on Ryuga, huddled in a corner of her room, sleeping fitfully. She briefly wondered if it were all a dream. Even this, when vivid memory of the night before flooded past the cobwebs of sleep into her aware mind. Her hand went to her mouth as she remembered her finally being able to tell him everything, literally forcing it past tears at times, at others having to wait until he had again stopped weeping. The news that Akan had taken her own life hit him the hardest. Together they had wept on, screamed at, and held on to the other for the better part of the night. When they had exhausted themselves of their shared grief, Yukayu had found she didn't want to be alone. She'd asked Ryuga to stay the night. Having nowhere else to go, he agreed. She watched him sleep. His face was still contorted from grief, and every once in a while a tongue of yellow-green fire would spring from his still form as his despair manifested itself as ki. With a start, as if he knew eyes were watching him, he awoke. His eyes were red with the night before's tears, and his face betrayed his heavy heart. But when he saw it was Yukayu, he relaxed, if only a little. Morning, he slurred sleepily. In truth, it looked as if he had gotten no sleep at all. Yukayu knew she didn't look any better. Still, to lighten the already too depressing mood, she quipped, "It's afternoon." Ryuga just looked at the clock. So it is. The day wore on into evening. Ryuga prepared to leave, his heart obviously still heavy. To Yukayu's own amazement, she found she didn't want him to. "Where will you go?" she asked, not quite willing to face him as he packed. "I don't know. Wherever I end up, I guess. Believe it or not, I've never actually tried to get lost," he finished, with a grin that only managed to expose the tip of one fang. Yukayu turned to face him. She, too, wore a sad little grin. "If you're trying to get lost, sugar, you'll only end up back here." "Shut up," he whispered. But the small glint in his eyes let Yukayu know he wasn't angry. He turned to her suddenly and gave her a quick hug before he spun to run out the door. Half an hour later, Yukayu's prophecy came true. He knocked on the back door of Uken's 4 directions. Yukayu laughed for the first time in 3 weeks. Ryuga, for his part, blushed and turned to go. "Ryuga," Yukayu called to him softly. He turned, slightly confused and still embarrassed. Yukayu blushed lightly. "Don't go." The next month, they found at last the mutual courage to visit the graves. They had been inseparable for that entire time, acting as one another's conscience, confidant, and friend. They walked up the path together on that cold December day, each one's stomach churning along with their minds, each one dreading the emotions they knew would overwhelm them. They approached the stone markers with trepidation, and laid the incense and flowers down next to the names. They paid their homage to the 2 souls they had each cared most about, then paid homage to their respective rivals. Yukayu was calm inside. She had fought too long against her emotions to break down now. Ryuga was another story. Yukayu didn't notice until she heard sobs next to her. Ryuga had his hand on Ranma's name as if he could erase it with his bare hand and therefore bring Ranma back. Tears were running down his face, washing the gravestone. If only I'd been there. Maybe I could have helped. Ranma I'm so sorry. Yukai pulled Ryuga to her and let him weep against her chest. It's okay, Ryuga honey. It's going to be okay. Yukai's night was wonderful. Ryuga was caressing her gently, holding her from behind, his hot breath comforting on the back of her neck. I shiver you, Yukai-chan. Yukai smiled. Darkness crept behind them. A shape reached out of the darkness, almost passing through Ryuga, before he jumped out of the way. You have what I want, Hibiki. Yukai's head shook in terror. No! Ranma had what you wanted. Ryuga dropped into a defensive stance in front of his beloved. Get out of here. Leave Yukai alone. The ghost smiled at the lost boys. Oh, and I shall. He lifted a hand, red, angry energy flying from it and slamming Ryuga in the chest. Ryuga flew through the air and crashed down, unmoving, smoldering, dead. Yukai rushed to him, cradling his bloody head in her lap, weeping bitter tears. Ryuga, not you. Not you. She shook him violently, as if the motion would make him open his eyes. Don't leave me. Damn it. I need you. Her shaking slowed, then stopped as the reality of it sunk in. I need you. Yukai awoke, instinctively calling Ryuga's name. Then she remembered. He was gone. We single quote been together for 6 months. He's okay. She couldn't remember how it had all started. It actually seemed as if it had always been this way, at times. Not that this time was one of them. Ryo-chan was missing. Again. She paced back and forth, slightly worried since he'd been gone for 6 days this time. Sometimes she'd think she'd gotten over his lack of direction, but when he was gone for days at a time, like this, then she didn't know why she bothered worrying. It's not like he hasn't been lost before. Ryuga's been wandering his whole life. But Kwanji Yukai was worried. She kept having a painfully vivid nightmare of Ryuga being stalked by a ghost piglet. She worried about losing him. Worried he might be hurt. Worried that he'd left her. That was it. The real reason for her fears, and tears began to flow as she remembered. If he doesn't come back, it'll be all my fault. Pookins. 6 days ago Ryuga had woken up cheerful this morning, quite a change from his usual depressed state. Yukai put a plate of breakfast okonomiyaki in front of him with a smile and chirped a bright good morning. The lost boy dug into the okonomiyaki with a fervor she had only seen with one other customer. Ran-chan. She smiled at him as she made her own breakfast, a routine she had fallen into without any desire to get out of it. When she thought about it, he was very much like her lost love. He was an avid martial artist, a big eater, sometimes a little slow when it came to romance at least. He had been doped. And she still had to keep a kettle of hot water on the stove, just in case. When he had finished, he cleaned up after himself, handed her the plate, kissed her hand, causing Yukai to blush mightily, and whispered clearly, "Thanks, Pukin." Yukai's heart had grown cold, As the words, whispered in love, both fulfilled her dreams and shattered her. She had begun to tremble. Ryuga grabbed her hand again. Yukayu, what's wrong? Her eyes filled with tears. She looked up at him, angry at him for reminding her of that name. Don't you ever call me that, she hissed. Ryuga looked confused. Huh? Bukan, what are you talking about? I said don't call me that. She screamed at him, and slapped him in the face, so hard it whipped his head around. He turned back toward her, the hurt in his eyes as vivid as the glowing palm print on his face. They looked at each other in silence for a few minutes, while she tried to gather the courage to admit she'd been wrong, to tell him she was sorry she'd hit him. But the memories, the outrage. She couldn't forgive him. She just couldn't. That name wasn't for him to use. It just wasn't. Ryuga finally turned and left into the street, running at full speed. Yukayu stared at her hand for minutes before she realized he'd run off. She bolted to the door, knowing it was probably already too late to catch him, but wanting desperately to apologize, explain, and most of all not be alone. After too many tries, she crumpled to the floor, and wept. Ryuga, I'm so sorry. Now, 6 days later, he still hadn't come home. The worry had become a private hell for Yukayu. While you lost one love, and drove the other away. Yukayu heard a scratching at the front door. She walked quickly to the door, not realizing that she was holding her breath until she let it out, until she saw what was making the noise. In the rain, shivering from cold, stood a small black piglet, dragging a little satchel behind him by a string. Ryuga! Yukayu cried, scooping the little pig up into her arms and holding him tightly. He seemed to tense up, and then relaxed into the hug, hugging her back by snuggling against her. Yukayu put him down, holding back tears, and ran into the kitchen. There, she grabbed the ever-present kettle of water and a bundle of clothing from under the sink, then ran back into the dining area to a patiently waiting Ryuga. She poured the water on him and turned around, allowing him to get dressed. She didn't turn back to him until he tapped her on the shoulder. After that, she couldn't hold herself back. She grabbed onto him, crying into his chest. Ryuga, I'm so sorry. When you called me that, it hurt so much. Ryuga stroked her hair more gently than someone who was supposed to hate her, shushing her lightly. When her crying began to subside, he whispered, I understand. Yukayu looked up at him, her tear-filled eyes both happy and surprised. You do? He smiled sadly at her. I do now. I didn't when it happened. I had only called you. Yukayu's eyes narrowed slightly. I only called you. That because I thought it would make you happy. Yukayu began to tremble again, on the verge of tears. He put a gentle finger to her lips before she could apologize again. SHH, let me finish. I was hurt when you hit me, and I ran out because I didn't want to yell, or anything like that. When I was outside, I got splashed. To make a long story short, I ended up near the Tenbos. Yukayu could feel him tense up against her, but she didn't try to interrupt. The gate was open, and I walked in, just like I always would. Kasumi was there, and she saw me. And she came up to me and started to cry. And it was obviously a painful memory for him still as the words caught in his throat, but he went on anyway. She picked me up and held me, and said, "Oh, P-chan." She couldn't say anything else, she just said P-chan over and over. And each time it was like she was stabbing me in the gut. Anyway, he straightened then, trying to compose himself. After I was able to get away, I just thought about it for the longest time. If I felt like that because Kasumi called me. Wada-kan always called me Yukayu. I'm sorry. I just didn't realize. Yukayu squeezed him tighter. SHH, Ryo-chan, you had no reason to be sorry. They held each other for a long time, then Ryuga looked at her, blushing. "Look, Yukayu." She looked into his eyes. "I'm hungry." He blushed a deep shade of red as Yukayu giggled. "So that's why you came back, HM?" she teased, jumping over the counter to start up her grill. As he ate the hot okonomiyaki, he smiled up at her. "Thanks, Oko-chan." When her face turned thoughtful, he tensed. "Oko-chan? Why Oko-chan?" "Well, it's because you cook okonomiyaki and it's a nickname, and it's just silly nevermind haha." Ryuga stammered, red-faced, in her seeming disappointment, until she beamed. "I like it. Oko-chan." After dinner and clean-up, Ryuga went to the satchel he had dragged as P-chan from God's New World. From the small bundle, he pulled a tiny little box. Looking down at it, his back still to Yukayu, who was cleaning the grill, he knew he was going to do the right thing. "Yukayu?" he spoke, softly, as he turned. Yukayu smiled at her grill, too happy at having him home to look up. "Yes, Ryo-chan." A shiny, round object slid into her vision, stopping her methodical movements and sending her heart pounding through her chest. "It's not the biggest, or the best, but will you?" Yukayu began to cry, instantly sending Ryuga into a panic. "I'm sorry. Oh, God, Yukayu." Yukayu leapt over the grill and counter, hugging him fiercely. "Yes. Oh, Ryo-chan." They spent that night in each other's arms. To those who thought they knew the couple, this wedding had been long enough in coming. To the couple themselves, it was still kind of surprising it was happening at all. They certainly wouldn't have believed it would have happened 3 years ago. Yukayu sat in the small area of her restaurant set aside for her to wait for the ceremony to begin. Her hands nervously wiped themselves down the wedding kimono she wore, having agreed with Ryuga that a traditional Japanese ceremony was best. After all, ran through both their minds, we single quote Ray not in enough of a hurry to try a Western ceremony. Yukayu had almost giggled aloud when she thought of who would been in such a hurry. But that almost happy thought quickly turned into one of melancholy. Kasumi walked into the room, glowing with happiness and pride. To Yukayu, she had every right to be proud. She had recently won the heart of Dr. Tofu. They were going to get married in the next 2 months, and Yukayu was grateful that Kasumi had taken time out of her own busy schedule to help with the chef's wedding. Yukayu, Kasumi said softly, proudly, you look so beautiful. Yukayu smiled a small, nervous smile. Thank you. I doubt I could look even presentable without your help, Kasumi. Kasumi smiled again, and helped Yukayu straighten out a few minor wrinkles that had appeared since Yukayu started thinking about her two lost friends. Finally, Kasumi, noticing Yukayu's distraction, took her hands. Yukayu looked up at the older Tendo in surprise. Yukayu, Kasumi began, as gently and lovingly as she had done everything in her life. Almost 3 years ago, you helped me with something. Now it's my turn. Kasumi softly brushed Yukayu's cheek. You're thinking about what Ranma and Akan would think if they were here, aren't you? Yukayu, again surprised, only nodded. Kasumi smiled. I think they would be happy for you. Ryuga is such a nice man, and he was always a good friend to Ranma and Akan both. Yukayu softly choked back a laugh. If you really only knew, Kasumi. But Kasumi proved that she had. Yes, Ranma and Ryuga thought a lot, and mostly over Akan, but they both looked out for each other, too. Yukayu stared at Kasumi, not realizing it, the surprise rapidly turning to shock. Kasumi giggled slightly. Come, Yukayu, you didn't think I didn't see, did you? Yukayu, too, giggled despite herself. Well, you never seem to be bothered by anything. They had a nice laugh, the nervous tension draining from Yukayu's shoulders. Kasumi continued. Ryuga is a nice man. He was always there for Akan. If not as Ryuga, then as P-chan. Yukayu stopped smiling and blanched. Why dead? How did you know? Kasumi smiled again, her ever-innocent eyes revealing no animosity toward Yukayu's soon-to-be husband. I think it was last year. I was hanging up some clothes when I spotted Akan's pet. I picked him up and began to cry on him, saying his name over and over. When I let him go, I knew that it was really Ryuga. Kasumi's smile turned a little sad, but not angry, as Yukayu expected. Yukayu swallowed hard. But how? Well, when I let him go, he began to walk away slowly. Up until then, I'd never seen a pig glow with ki before. Kasumi blushed slightly. I'm sorry, Yukayu. I've obviously upset you. Yukayu smiled nervously. No, Kasumi, don't go. I'll be okay, and I don't want to be alone. Kasumi sat back down, and the conversation turned to the wedding about to begin. Yukayu's mind flew through the wedding and reception afterward, allowing her to enjoy it without dwelling on it too much. The guests, the ceremony, the kimono, all seemed to conspire to overwhelm her, but she was able to smile at the guests without being completely swamped. Before long, it was only her and Ryuga left. The couple looked at each other, the crying day behind him. Ryuga still looked as if he'd faint, or at least fall over. He walked to Yukayu and gently wrapped his arms around her. Busy day, northeast, Oko-chan. Yukayu smiled softly into his chest, still desperately trying to lose the nagging doubt that something was wrong. Hyphenate single quotes only wedding day jitters. But despite all of her efforts, she couldn't relax in her new husband's arms. Ryuga somehow knew. Are you alright, Yukayu? Yukayu smiled and stammered. Hi, Ryo-chan. I'm only a little tired. Ryuga smiled a sweet smile at her. Come, then, let's go to bed. He picked her up and carried her easily up the stairs of the hookah. At the top of the stairs, he turned left. Ryo-chan, our room's that way. The night was empty and gray, and fear was tangible. Yukayu watched the scene again, her mind reeling, her body straining to react to forces that were beyond her control. The ghost was back. She watched in silence as he destroyed Ranma, forced Akan off the bridge. Then, to her horror, he didn't disappear. He blasted Kasumi into a wall, shattering bones. He literally tore Nebiki to shreds, her screams echoing in Yukayu's dreams. He tore Ryuga from her arms, dragging him to an ungodly darkness, dragging him away. He blew her restaurant to smithereens as she battled against him, ineffectually. Finally, when she thought she was most alone, he advanced on her own pregnant form, his face clouded, indiscernible, but smiling an evil smile. Oh, no. We can't have an unstable wench like you raising a child now, can we? He reached inside of her, and pulled her baby out of her, its screeching cries fading as he disappeared from sight. No. Top, oh. Yukayu gasped, pulled upright in her bed, and frantically put her hand to her swollen belly. She felt her baby kick, and her heartbeat almost faded to normal. Oh, Ryuga, I had the most horrible dream. She looked over to where her husband lay, and he wasn't there. Her heartbeat jumped back into its panicked speed. Ryuga. She jumped from the bed, trembling, and stumbled out the door, all the while hoarsely whispering for her lost husband. Her voice, though she tried to force it to, would not raise its volume. She heard a thump in the closet, and then saw the closet door slowly open. She huddled in a corner of the hallway, too terrified to move, too frozen to cry out. A shape the size of a man slowly crawled from the closet door. Oko-chan. Her tear-filled eyes widened. Ryo-chan. He walked into a stream of moonlight and caught her as she bounded to him and clutched to his chest. Oh, Oko-chan. Another bad dream. She nodded against his chest as he picked her pregnant form up and, with her directions, carried her to bed. As she calmed, she whispered angrily at him, "Where were you?" He stroked her hair, Used to her foul temper after these nightmares, I had to go to the bathroom. I didn't want to wake you, but I couldn't find the room again. Yukai's anger faded. It wasn't his fault he got lost for days at a time. It wasn't his fault that there were times when she had to run the restaurant alone, or that she would spend weeks without him. None of it was his fault. Somehow, it was hers. Ryuga stroked her hair, speaking in soft, smooth tones. He cradled her in his arms, almost rocking her, promising that he was trying so hard to conquer his directional sense. Soon, her eyes began to droop, lost in the sweet soft tones of her Liao-chan, remembering why she loved him, why she married him. She drifted off to a thankfully dreamless sleep. By some miracle, Ryuga was there when the baby arrived. Dr. Tofu urged Yukai to push, just one more time. Hyphenate single quote has been just one more time 3 times now, she thought nervously through her pain. I guess there's something wrong with the baby. Finally she felt the sudden emptiness that marked her child, the little one she'd carried for 9 months, leaving her belly. She smiled, but couldn't help feeling a little lonely. Ryuga squeezed her hand and smiled through the mask at her, then glanced at the baby. Yukai noticed him blanch. Oh, God, what's wrong? In a blur of motion, Dr. Tofu rushed the baby to a nearby table. Yukai's frantic eyes followed the doctor, and noticed the bluish tinge to the baby. He wasn't crying, and Tofu was working in frantic efficiency. Doctor, what's wrong? Ryuga asked, his voice falsely steady, his hand squeezing Yukai's in support now, rather than joy. The baby isn't breathing. The doctor trailed off as his concentration gave way fully to saving the child's life. Yukai stared on in horror. Her nightmares were coming true before her eyes. Ryuga was gone now more often than not. It was getting harder and harder to keep her shop open. And the last thing, the thing she was afraid to tell, even to Ryuga. She was seeing the ghost while she was awake. The thought that she was going crazy chilled her bones, and terrified her to the depths of her soul. She watched as the doctor's confident hands worked on her baby that not hours before had seemed so lively. She began to weep, losing all hope of holding her own child in her arms, when it appeared, filling her with dread. The ghost from her dreams was bent over her baby. Her body cried out in agony, but her throat was so constricted that breath hardly passed through. She stole a glance at her husband, but his gaze was locked on Tofu and the baby. He hadn't seen. Knowing she had to do something, her hand went to the small throwing spatula she kept with her, always, and wrapped around it. The baby's cry froze her arm before she had a chance to throw it. The ghost disappeared. Dr. Tofu relaxed, and Ryuga's hand went limp in hers as he, too, began to weep. They held each other tightly, almost laughing hysterically at times. Then the doctor wrapped the baby in a blanket and carried him over to the expectant couple. Yukai reached her arms out, nervously eager. The horror of her vision temporarily washed away in the joy of motherhood. Ryuga placed a gentle hand on her shoulder as she held her little one, her son, as the doctor had said, and watched him begin to sleep away his tiring ordeal. Dr. Tofu smiled at the new parents, always happy to see joy in these two particular faces. "What will you name him, Hibiki-san?" Ryuga's face went blank and he looked to Yukayu. Yukayu smiled sadly at the baby, the vision and its implications settling into her mind. "We'll name him Kyoku. They are what is haunting me." Yukayu stood before the creature, her spatula ready in her tense arms. "Get away from my husband, get away from my restaurant, and get away from my baby." The ghost before her blinked in surprise, then callously laughed at her attempt to thwart it. "You are nothing to me, Pukin. That name." He dared to use that name against her. With a cry of rage, her spatula came down on the ghost's head. The ghost gasped in surprise as he was smashed to the ground by the large blade, and began to bleed red energy. Then the energy focused in the eyes. The ghost ray inflated itself to full height, a tower of red and black energy. Yukayu flinched and tightened her grip on the spatula. The ghost disarmed her with a swipe. "You arrogant fool!" It advanced on her, energy literally flying off of it in the spirit's rage. "I will destroy you, insolent whelp." Yukayu's arm tensed, her spatula shuriken flying from her fingertips. "You have destroyed me, monster. I'm losing everything, all because of you." The creature burned the spatula in the air. "No, woman, you only think you've lost everything." In a fiery blur, he was on her son, draining the life from him. Ryuga was a charred shape on the ground just as quickly. "No, Kyoku. Ryuga." Then the spirit was on her, and the world filled with red and black. Her eyes snapped open, and Yukai once again cursed the morning. In the crib next to her bed, Kyoku's lower lip began to tremble. Yukai got out of the futon slowly, cooing a gentle lullaby out of instinct. "It's okay, little one. Mama just had a very scary dream." Hearing the soft tones of his mother soothed 1-year-old Kyoku, and he began to sleep once again. Yukai looked out the window of her apartment. The sun was high in the sky, and something wasn't quite right. "Oh, my God. It's afternoon." She began to get dressed to open the restaurant, and stopped, holding back tears. I lost it. I've lost the restaurant. She began to cry quietly, careful not to wake the baby. "How could I have let myself go like that? Why didn't I ask Ryo-chan for help?" Her tears abated as she came to terms with her pain. There was nothing left to do but to take care of the baby and wait for Ryuga to come home. He'll be able to handle it. He's always there when he can be. No, he isn't. Yukai whirled toward her baby's crib. There, in the shadows behind the crib, was the object of her nightmares. The creature that took Ran-chan and Akan, and started her down this long and lonely spiral of despair. Yukayu dashed to the closet and grabbed her spatula, shrugging into the bandolier of throwing spatulas. The ghost laughed as she swung madly at it, trying to maneuver it away from the baby, then trying to fling it out of her life. Bastard! Bastard! I'll kill you. You can't kill me, Fuken. I'm already dead. The spirit laughed mercilessly as it floated out the window. Without a second thought, Yukayu flung herself out and chased it down the fire escape. The battle raged, the spirit laughing and dodging, Yukayu swinging and throwing miniature versions of her giant spatula, all trying to eradicate this monster, the demon from her life. The demon that took her first love. The demon that made her lose her restaurant. The demon that almost took her little son. The demon that made her drive her husband away. The demon that left her alone. She was vaguely aware of people now, some throwing themselves before her, trying to stop her. Couldn't they see the evil in front of her? Didn't they know she had to stop this monster? Violently, she tore through the people trying to stop her, only half registering the thuds of people who had gotten in her way. Follow me, Fuken. This way. Not much further now. He single quote is taunting me. Damn it, he's taunting me. Yukayu flew through the streets of Nirima, desperately trying to end the existence of the floating form before her. The form jumped backward, laughing at her attempts to flip the smile off of its face with her giant spatula. I killed him, Up-chan, the eerie voice intoned. I killed him, and took him away from you, and you'll never have him back. Yukai's spatula burned a blur through the air, crossing in front of her as she struck at the menace again and again. I don't care if you are a ghost. I'll destroy you, you bastard. The crowd fled, panicking, from Yukayu. They had no idea who she was angry at, or at whom she was screaming obscenities. All they knew was that the once kind Yukayu had gone on a rampage. The first few who had tried to calm her had fallen hard, cut by her throwing spatula, or their heads almost caved in by the larger version. From everywhere came the cry, Hibiki Yukayu has gone mad. She had torn a path of destruction from Ukens all the way to the business section of Nirima. There, in her vision, the ghost stopped, and laughed. Yukayu, darling, how would you like to see your dearest Ran-chan again? Yukayu stopped then, her eyes narrowing. What do you mean, see Ran-chan again? The spirit laughed, reached behind him, and pulled. Deity. Ranma's battered form appeared before her as if by magic. Yukayu clutched her spatula in her trembling hands, burning with fury at the being before her. What are you doing with him? He died years ago. An evil look crossed the spirit's face. He was so amusing when he was alive, I decided to have more fun with him. You can't have him. She screamed at a being the police couldn't see. The policeman hung back, not willing to startle this madwoman before them. Besides, none of them had any desire to see the business end of her spatula. To Yukayu, Ranma was reaching for her, pleading with his eyes and voice. "Fuken! Help! Please!" Her eyes widened in her fury and desperation, and she lunged to grab Ranma away from the evil hands, but succeeded only in passing right through them both. Ranma began to scream in agony as painfully red energy transferred itself from the ghost who had taken Ranma's life to Ranma's own battered soul. "Let him go!" Yukaitu screamed in rage, swinging her spatula through the pair. The spirit, no, demon, locked her eyes. "The time has come to dispense with the child's play. Northeast, Fuken." The spirit hissed, pronouncing the last word as a curse. "You spent years wasting your heart on this worm, knowing he didn't return your affections." Yukaitu staggered back, shaking her head. "You wasted the time you could have had with Akan fighting with her, and then had the nerve to call her your best friend only after she's gone." Yukaitu staggered as a vision of a heartbroken Akan stepped beside the ghost. "You marry a man, have a child with him, all of your own fear of being alone, only to drive him away." Ryuga's weeping face floated between Ranma and Akan, the hurt in his eyes burning her with its intensity. "You are a pathetic fool, who deserves to be alone." Ryuga's image vanished suddenly, embodying her worst fear, and causing her to gasp in grief. She fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face. Around her, the police saw she was giving up steam. The first line of them slowly stalked toward her. They didn't notice the bluish-green tinge around her. The ghost picked up both Akan and Ranma and held them high in the air by their throats, ignoring their struggles. "You don't deserve even happy memories of these two, Ak-chan. Your life is a waste, a pathetic existence." The red energy flared from his arms and writhed through the two embodiments of Hibiki Yukaitu's happier life. With a scream that shattered the air, Ranma and Akan disintegrated into a ghostly cloud. The spirit, laughing at Yukaitu's pain, disappeared from sight. Then there was silence, broken moments later by the spiritual crunch of a heart breaking, and the wet tear of a soul torn in two. Yukaitu began to wail in the pent-up grief of 4 long years. Her body glowed, noticeably now, with a violent blue-green aura. As the scream continued, she raised her hands and spatula in the air, only desiring to release her grief, escape the pain of the vision she had just seen. A bright ball of energy glowed about her hands. The police had almost reached her when, with a final screech, she released it into the air. Years of grief, pain, and sorrow burst into the air to hover hundreds of feet over the Okonomiyaki cliff. Then, as her head bowed in exhaustion, it crashed down to earth again. Yukaitu, for the first time in her life, had performed the ultimate Shishihukan. The shock struck the ground and rolled in wave upon wave along it, blowing the policemen surrounding her back with it. Yukaitu, in the center, sat almost unaffected, but the shock wave began to tear apart the nearby buildings. As it subsided, she collapsed in the middle of a wasteland. She looked up at the torn streets, the battered shops and signs. The people, moaning in pain, holding their heads or stomachs or arms. Bleeding. I did that. Oh, God. What have I done? The 2nd Division of Police, a special force designated to handle special problems, stalked toward her. She raised her head to see them coming, but had not strength left to defend herself. She watched as the burly men were almost upon her. Then, in the corner of her eyes, saw the blurs, yellow blurs, that knocked 2 of the 7 away. Shishhoukaudan. A blast of energy flung 2 others back into a crumpling wall. Yukaiu saw a blur of black and yellow land before her, and then strike at the ground. BAKUSAIDNKDSU. The ground exploded in a radius around them, toppling the last 3. One of the men, the largest, got up and made a mad grab at Yukaiu. A red blur caught him in the arms, bringing forth a crunch and scream of pain. Then, a flash of fang, a low, menacing growl. Leave my wife alone. Yukaiu looked up to her savior. Ryuga stood between her and the rest of the men, his umbrella in his hand, pointing at the large policeman, who was cradling his broken arm. The men who were left conscious backed away. Ryuga bent down, scooped her up, and walked away into the sunset. She snuggled against her husband's chest. I knew he was wrong about you. Ryuga pulled her to him gently. Are you okay? When she nodded, he gently kissed her forehead. Let's get you home, Oko-chan. Yukaiu snuggled to Ryuga, then giggled. Ryo-chan? Home's that way. The next day, Ryuga answered a knock on the door. Men in white uniforms pushed their way past, and walked toward Yukaiu. Ryuga dashed in front of them, blocking their way to his wife. Don't even think about it. Hibiki-san, your wife is responsible for a major destruction. She has been summarily tried in absentia, and deemed in need of psychiatric evaluation, for her own good, and that of the people. If you do not allow us to escort her away, we will use force. The uniformed policeman unholstered his nightstick and pointed at Ryuga. In a blur of motion, Ryuga's hand snapped to his head and came down. The front half of the nightstick clattered to the ground, and Ryuga's bandana whirled in his hand. Get out of my house and leave my wife alone. The men surrounded Ryuga and began to close in. Just as Ryuga prepared to strike, Yukaiu cried out, Stop! They stopped, Ryuga whirling around. They want to take you away from me. I can't. Yukaiu smiled a sad smile. They're right, Ryuga. I need help. It's okay, sugar. It'll only be for a little while. Ryuga's shoulders slumped. But what about? I can't let you go, Oko-chan. I can't take care of Kyoku alone. He needs you. I need you. Yukaiu hugged her husband. You'll do just fine, and I promise, when I get out, we'll be a happy family. Maybe Kasumi can help you. She smiled up into her husband's saddened eyes. I need this, Ryo-chan. I need it. Ryuga nodded once, fighting back the searing depression, and watched as Yukaya went to gather clothes for her time away. When she came back, she hugged Ryuga one last time. "I'll be back soon," she whispered into his ear, hugging him tightly. Before she let go, she gazed into his eyes. "Ryuga?" Ryuga looked back, hoping that she'd say she wanted to stay. "Why yes. Say it for me. Just once." Ryuga gave her a sad little smile, a glint of fang near each lip. "I love you. Fuken." Yukaiu smiled as the men walked her away from her home. The next day, she was put in her cell. Kyokumin's memory. Epilogue October 21st, 2024. Dr. Takamatsu put the idea of a journal in my head. I agreed with him. But this one is my thoughts, my journal, and I have no plan to share it with anyone. Ryo-chan has stopped visiting me altogether. I think he is ashamed of me. He won't even bring my son to see me, the bastard. Sometimes I can't believe what an idiot he can be. First, he sells the restaurant, then, he gets lost with our 6-year-old son, and now, just when I think he's gotten better, he leaves me alone. They came again today, claiming that they needed more tests. I asked them when I could get out again, and they ignored me. I hope they let me out soon. I want to see my son again. And, even though I hate him, I want to see Ryo-chan again. I could never truly hate him. I do hate these doctors and their damn tests. They poke me, they prod me, they cut me and take chunks of my flesh. And when I complained about it to Dr. Takamatsu, he just went white and tried to convince me I was hallucinating. Can you believe that? I even showed him the scars, and he moved me to the ward for people who are violently insane. I hate this place. The okonomiyaki sucks. Hibiki Chapter 7 Lost by Jason L. Jacob Langlois Art 2096 Characters and situations used with permission. Takahashi's Art. Please, Takahashi-sama, don't send Nodoka for my head. Tokyo Institute for the Criminally Insane, May 16, 2024. 5:14 p.m. Yukaiu smiled at him from behind the glass. How is everything, Ryo-chan?" Ryuga fell into his usual pattern, setting the small gift set of paper and pen on the table, slowly, for the orderly to take to his wife, as he chatted with her about mundane things. He wanted so badly to ask her about the institution, about how they were treating her, or to tell her about Kyoku, who would be starting college soon, but the doctors had been very adamant. "Don't say anything that would excite her, Hibiki-san. We don't want a repeat of last month's incident." Last month's incident was when Yukaiu had broken one orderly's arm, and sent a second to the infirmary with a severe kick to his groin. And that wasn't even Ryuga's fault. Had hurt to watch? Oh. Ryuga held his information inside, waiting for the day when he could take his wife home. It had been nearly 25 years since Yukaiu had willingly put herself in this place. He still couldn't understand why they wouldn't let her go. They had claimed it was because of her violent tendencies. If that were the case, he argued, half of the population of Furinkin's class of '98 would have to be in here, too. Yukio giggled as Ryuga came back out of his thoughts and smiled at her. Did you even hear what I said, Ryo-chan? Ryuga blushed. Mumber, I'm sorry. Yukio smiled softly. I said, Kasumi must be feeding you well. Ryuga smiled broadly. Actually, with her daughter and husband, she only comes by about once a week. Kyoku does most of the cooking. Yukio's eyes shone with pride. That's wonderful. Ryuga watched as her face turned from happiness to sadness. Her voice was barely audible, but it broke Ryuga's heart. Ryo-chan, I want to go home. Tears spilled down her face as she looked at him. He leaned closer to the glass, his lips almost touching the holes that allowed them to speak. Soon, Oko-chan. Soon. That's when all hell broke loose. A broad-shouldered orderly walked up behind Yukio. Time's up. Yukio turned, startled. Wait. We were supposed to have a whole hour. The orderly wasn't listening. He pulled her up roughly, twisting her arm around her back painfully. Don't argue with me, you little boy. The rest of his growl was muffled by his sudden impact with the floor. Yukio had maneuvered her foot behind his, twisted out of his grip, and planted him into the ground. Ryuga stood up as more orderlies began to crowd around Yukio, pulling her toward the door. Hey! She didn't do anything. No one listened, and Yukio was quickly subdued and dragged to her cell. The sedative they had given her acted quickly, so that only muffled sobs followed her down the corridor to her room. Ryuga seized at the orderly getting up, the one that had first tried to pull Yukio away. What the hell do you think you're doing? We had an hour together. The guard looked at him with cold eyes. We had instructions to intervene at any sign of trouble, sir. Trouble? There was no trouble. All she said was that she wanted to go home. The orderly sneered. I had my orders, sir. The inflection was not missed by Ryuga. He stormed down the hall, and slammed open the administrator's door. Do you know what your damned orderlies did? Dr. Takamatsu looked up at Ryuga with shaded eyes. Ryuga was always reminded of a cobra when he looked at the administrator. I'm sorry, Hibiki-san. How may I help you? Ryuga placed his palms on the doctor's desk and leaned forward. Your goons attacked my wife for no reason. Takamatsu smiled up at the Hibiki, seemingly oblivious to the anger on the man's face. Hibiki-san, I'm sure there was a reason. Ryuga visibly tried to remain calm. No, he said through gritted teeth. All that happened was she said she wanted to go home, and the next thing I know, a guard is calling her names and twisting her arm. Ryuga spoke calmly, but his ki was beginning to burn hotter and hotter. It flared up when the doctor beamed. Well, there is your reason. The doctor sobered a little when he noticed the ki energy roiling around Ryuga. Hibiki-san, you must realize that things that may seem small to you and me escalate into something more serious all too quickly. Here. What may have seemed to be a normal request to you could have caused another outburst like last time. With an unstable person like Yukio, Ryuga had reached his limit. He grabbed the doctor's lapels, and with an ease that secretly terrified Takamatsu's eyes, pulled him over the desk and slammed him roughly into the wall opposite it. The doctor was face to face with Ryuga, his face dangerously close to Ryuga's fangs. Don't you dare say she's unstable, damn it. I saw what happened. Takamatsu hid his fear with practiced ease. Hibiki-san, your wife sees ghosts. She personally destroyed a section of downtown Miruma. She left her baby alone to chase a ghost. You cannot possibly describe those things as normal. Ryuga shook the doctor. I want her out of here. Now. Takamatsu sighed. Hibiki-san, You know as well as I do that your wife cannot go. He was slammed into the wall. Wrong answer. Takamatsu was a bully. He treated his patients with the disdain he felt they deserved. To be truthful, he enjoyed the pain he put these miserable wretches through. But like most bullies, he was not used to actually being confronted with violence. He began to sweat, and his voice betrayed his fear. And now, Hibiki-san, you must realize. Precautions must be taken. Ryuga's face slowly lowered to bring his angry eyes to the doctor's level. Then Takamatsu realized. Hibiki isn't lowering his face, he's lifting me. When their noses almost touched, he growled low into the doctor's face. To hell with your precautions. I'm taking her out of here. He put the doctor down roughly, and walked toward the window to look outside. The doctor puffed himself up. Hibiki-san, I am afraid I cannot allow you to see Yukio Hibiki any longer. You have become an unstable influence. Ryuga looked back at the doctor, his expressionless face more intimidating than Takamatsu had on. Wordlessly, he turned back to the wall and struck it with one finger. The wall exploded outward, exposing the office to the outside. Stop me, came a growl from Ryuga's back. Sweating and pale, the doctor waited until Ryuga was out of sight, and then shockily activated the phone. Go Sankuji, K. He put his headset to his ear, and then, in a shaking voice, spoke in a whisper. Kyuthu. We have a problem. Kyuthu listened patiently to the doctor, knowing some of the fear coming across the line was directed at him. God. I prefer it that way. He had been expecting action from Hibiki for some time. Oh, he had tried to pull strings to keep him busy. The fact that the idiot was lost for weeks at a time was a great help to him. But he knew, sooner or later, he would act. That was the problem with Hibiki Ryuga. He always needed to act. On the phone, Takamatsu was still babbling. Never should have kept her this long. I'm going to sign the papers to let you. Will do nothing of the kind. Kyuthu's voice was raised to an uncharacteristically loud level. He calmed himself, satisfied at the silence over the line. His voice took on a menacing tone, one that he never showed to anyone that was not on his payroll. I am working far too hard and far too long on a cloning technique for us to lose such a prime template as Hibiki Yukio. If I am to get the material I need, I must have her in a place where I have access to her 24 hours a day. Have I made myself clear? He heard a gulp over the line that warned him of the other doctor's protest. But, Kyuthu, there isn't anything wrong with her. And Hibiki will come back, and heal. And what do you think Hibiki will do if you let her go? And she tells him exactly how you managed to convince the board to keep her there. Hallucinogenics in her food, subliminal messages, having the guards attack her for no apparent reason just to make her fight back, so that she would. How did the report go? Cause problems? How do you think Hibiki will react to that, HMM? Takamatsu stammered intelligibly, then fell silent. I swear, this fool is easier to scare than my relatives. Now, doctor, he continued, emphasizing the title mockingly, let me take care of Hibiki. You just make sure my template is kept in line. Why yes sir. Kyuthu hung up the line, made one other call, and left to continue his acts for Tokyo Institute for the Criminally Insane, May 17, 2024, 8 o'clock a.m. Hibiki Ryuga patted Kuroshiro's flanks as he saw the gates of the institute. The young dog had served him as faithfully as her grandmother had. Years ago. Good girl. Wait here, okay? I may need you to guide us home when I'm done. The dog whuffed playfully, quivering in seeming anticipation, as if she knew her mistress was coming home. Ryuga adjusted his bandana, tightened his grip on the red bamboo umbrella that had been his constant companion in his younger days, and stalked to the rear of the complex, where he knew his wife was waiting. Silently, he crept around the corner of her building. Walking swiftly, he located her a window with an uncanniness he didn't have time to be proud of. He leapt up and peered through the bars of Yukai's window. She lay on her cot, sleeping, curled up in a tight ball. Her eyes were tightly shut with the strain this place had put upon her. The place that was supposed to help her. He called her gently, but she did not stir. He released the cell window and dropped to the ground. On single quote worry, Oko-chan. I'll get you out. He began to concentrate, gathering his ki, focusing his vision to find a single point in the masonry of the wall. Finding it, he pulled his arm back and prepared to strike. Bakusai, I wouldn't do that if I were you. Ryuga whirled to be confronted by Gosunkuji Kyuthu, surrounded by 4 of the largest orderlies he had ever seen. He crouched into his stance, umbrella at the ready. I'm taking my wife home. He was shocked by the rather amused expression on the younger man's face. Oh, I doubt I could stop you. After all, I'm only a scientist, whereas you are the premier martial artist in Nirima. With a smirk, Ryuga turned back to the wall, noticing the orderlies trying to flank him. It didn't matter. If Yukai woke up, they'd both take care of these monsters. If not, Ryuga could do it alone. And would, gladly. He prepared to strike when Gosunkuji's high, nasally voice rang out once more. It would, however, be a shame if Kyoka couldn't find a promising job after his graduation this summer, wouldn't it? Ryuga whirled on him with a growl. What are you? Kyuthu held up a sheet of paper. I have here a letter, signed by Onotofu, stating the emotional instability of Hibiki Kyoku. After all, he is the son of a well-known lunatic. One might expect him to be a little off. This letter would effectively blacklist him for life. Ryuga stammered, feeling as powerless and stupid as he had as a teenager. But Kyoku already has a job lined up. At use. Claims she already did the interview. Kyuthu smiled, obviously enjoying the older man's confusion. The word of Dr. Ono-sensei goes far with use, northeast. Ryuga stalked him dangerously, hoping his father's timidness had transferred itself to him. Don't toil with my family, boys. 3 of the 4 orderlies stepped forward hesitantly, still remembering the beating a police officer had received when he had tangled with the martial artist. The 4th was that police officer, and was eager to regain his lost face. He charged, only to be stopped by the point of an umbrella in his face. Do it, and I'll break your other arm," came the growl that he knew meant business. He stepped back, fuming. In the meantime, Ryuga continued to stare at the Gosankuji descendant before him. The younger man's arms were crossed, and there was a glint of challenge in his eyes. "One more step, Hibiki-san, and not only does this letter go out, but I make sure that Hibiki-sama is told the nastiest little bit of information about you." Ryuga half sneered, half smirked at the younger, smaller man. "You had nothing to tell. She doesn't know that. How would it feel to have your loving wife raid your guts? Mighty lonely, Northeast." Kayuthu had to stifle a laugh at the pained, confused look on Ryuga's face. "Tity, I love this power. She wouldn't believe you." The young Gosankuji's face reflected a touch of sadness. "Wouldn't she, Hibiki-san? You know as well as I do how quick she is to judge. The stresses of institution life haven't calmed her down any. If anything, it's made her," he sighed for effect, "more paranoid." Then, his face hardened and his eyes shone. "Your wife is not well. She is a danger to herself, a danger to her son, and a danger to this community. If you try to take her out, I will release this letter." At a loss for words, Ryuga's mouth opened, then closed. He couldn't get her out legally. Now, he couldn't get her out by force. His kid could give Nebiki a run for her. An idea took form in his head, slamming into place with the force of a blow. Ryuga suppressed a smile, and turned to leave. "Tell my wife I'll see her when she wakes up." Mumber, Gosankuji smiled in satisfaction as Ryuga stopped and turned, aghast. "Dr. Takamatsu believes you to be a bad influence on Hibiki Yukaifu's recovery. He has asked that your visiting privileges be halted for the time being while there is a review." News of a review would have encouraged Ryuga months ago, but he was now far too used to the sloth and politics of the review system. More than likely, it was a ploy to make him behave. Fine. Then he'd behave. Then tell her that I miss her. Not waiting for a response, he turned and walked away. A bark rang out. Ryuga turned toward it, listened as 3 more barks tried to direct him toward them, then waited until a shaggy half-black, half-white dog romped up to him. "Home, Kiroshiro." The dog and her owner tromped home. Kayutha chuckled as the larger men dispersed. "That was easier than I thought." Nebiki bolted awake, shaking with her dreams. "Damn it, am I ever going to get a full night's sleep?" She rose on shaking legs and stumbled toward her computer. Why not? The stock updates from America should be back by now. First she tried working out her current problem. If I don't get the Ono estate, would the center still work? If I take out the gym here, work in the health bar here. But why would people go to a health bar with no gym around? She sighed, a long, drawn-out sigh that repeated itself night after night. There was no way around it. She needed the land Kasumi's house was on. Giving up, she hit the stock site. Before long, She was wrapped in the stream of numbers. You say, we gained a point this week. Micro, the realization hit her mid-thought. Suddenly, she could see the figures for what they really were. Numbers. Images of light transmitted on a flashing screen. And they had become her entire existence. For a split second, the realization that haunted her in her sleep, a realization that refused to be completely drowned out, tossed her into a sea of sorrow. Tity, what is wrong with me? I spend more time with sycophants and numbers than I do with real people. Her mind rushed to destroy that errant thought, the flaw in her otherwise perfect mask. And exactly what is wrong with that? She spoke aloud, her voice lending firmness to her convictions. The others have their ways to keep busy. Kasumi has tofu. And belladonna. She began to fantasize, thinking of a home, rather than an apartment, with a strong man beside her and a little boy rushing into her arms. MOMMY. She shook her head violently, dropping the dream with practiced ease. There's nothing for me there. I can. Her throat tightened involuntarily. She swallowed through it. Akan's gone. With Ranma, a sour taste rose in her mouth. She ignored that, as well. Daddy single quote s well, daddies. Tears began to form in her eyes. Nobody really thinks about daddy anymore. Something whispered to her from the back of her own mind. Others. Get away from your family. She wiped the tear away impatiently, mentally chiding herself for the errant emotion. Shampoo's off to Kami knows where. The Kunus have found religion. A rather amusing image of Tatewaki speaking to a large crowd. His hair slicked back, with Kodakai crying in the background, causing her makeup to smear. Nabiki almost smiled. And Yukio is married to Ri. Wait. Her hands moving quickly to her information files, she called up Kwanji Yukio, slightly embarrassed that she hadn't had time to change the family name. Her embarrassment turned to guilt after she read the file. A file she had updated herself, obviously without paying attention. Currently a ward of the Tokyo Institute for the Criminally Insane. Good lord. She looked at the desk clock. -10 minutes and 0 seconds. It's later than I thought. She got dressed, then dialed the number to her direct line. Kurane? Yes. I want a limo downstairs at 11:50. Cancel the rest of my afternoon appointments. I'm going to visit a friend. She could almost hear the younger man blink. Madam? She smiled. He was a good businessman, always on the lookout for his opportunity to get in good with the boss. Just do it. Of course, madam. The limousine pulled into the sterile parking area of the institute. Nabiki stepped out and promptly wrinkled her nose. Yukio single quote has been stuck here all this time. What has Ryuga been doing with himself? As she walked to the door, the chief medical doctor came rushing up to her. Kendo-san. We are honored by your visit. How can we humbly be of service? Nabiki almost sneered at the groveling administrator. Ivy drools on my shoe, so help me. I'm here to see Hibiki Yukayu. The doctor paled visibly. It always did Nabiki's heart good to see that. Hibiki Yukayu? Yes, and ma'am, if you like. She has been rather dangerous of late. However, Nabiki stared him in the eye, one of the few times she ever looked anyone in the eye. I'm a friend. Her voice was sweet, but her eyes told the doctor just who was in charge. Please, tell her I'm here. If the doctor could have sweat any more, Nabiki would have needed new pumps. Yukayu was brought to the visitors area, where Takamatsu and Nabiki were waiting by 4 large orderlies. The doctor had given strict instruction that she was to be kept quiet. Dr. Takamatsu silently congratulated himself. If someone as important as Tendo Nabiki saw her go crazy, her husband wouldn't stand a snowball's chance in Okinawa of getting her out. His good mood was instantaneously dashed. Leave us alone. His mouth dropped 6 inches. But, Tendo-san, she is dang. Nabiki whirled on him, driving the larger man back with her anger. What she is malnourished, poorly kept, and lonely. What you are? Her manicured finger pointed at the frightened face of Takamatsu. Is in deep trouble if we are not left alone to visit. The doctor fearfully waved his men away. Yea, as you wish, Tendo-san. As the door closed, Nabiki turned to Yukayu, a smile warm upon her face. I'm so sorry I didn't visit sooner, Yukayu. Nabiki herself was surprised at the sincerity in her voice. Yukayu sat down, still surprised that Nabiki had shown as much vehemence as she had, especially on her behalf. It seemed as if the only ones who ever done that were Ryo-chan and Ran. It's okay. A deep, heartfelt smile spread across her face. I haven't seen you in so long, Nabiki-chan. How are you? Nabiki allowed herself, for once, to let the smile warm her. I've kept busy. The 2 girls swept into a lively conversation, each nearly forgetting the partition between them. Only once did Nabiki have to put her business face back on, when Dr. Takamatsu tried to cut their visits short. When we're finished, she merely hissed, we'll let you know. Dr. Takamatsu retreated to his office, muttering something about making a call. Nabiki laughed, letting her business face melt off. Enough about me, Oko-chan. She smiled inwardly at the new pet name. Tell me about yourself. Yukayu smiled as she reminisced about her strong, sweet husband and her little boy, the boy who had so recently become a man. Nabiki's thoughts turned inward as she listened. Somehow, she knew she had never had that look in her eyes. She listened, noting almost casually that it was what Yukayu had seemed to need. What Nabiki was doing almost as an afterthought, Yukayu was grasping at as a lifeline. The years of hardship and pain seemed to melt from the poor woman's face as Nabiki merely spoke of things she hardly had time for anymore. Even more, it almost seemed as if she hadn't had the opportunity to really, well, talk in years. She was practically bursting with the pent-up emotions and feelings. As Nabuki listened to her gush about her wonderful life with Ryuga and the happiness when her child was born, her own mind touched lightly on the trysts she had called relationships. They had been intense, like a blaze in the night. But, like many blazes, they had extinguished themselves too soon. As Yukaiu spoke of her son, her own mind wandered to Kasumi's precious daughter. Belle-Chan is the closest thing I'll ever have to a child. She shoved that thought out of her head in desperation. She could not, would not, break down in front of Yukaiu. Yukaiu's eyes glittered as she spoke of Ryuga, painting him incongruously as a dashing hero, a humble caregiver, and, sometimes, as a Class A moron. But no matter how she described him, the same light shone in her eyes. A light, Nabuki knew from experience, she had at one time reserved only for Ranma. That idiot, macho, stubborn fool. Nabuki felt her heart softening. The pain that Yukaiu had shared was dredging her own pain to the surface. She looked at Yukaiu, not as an insane woman, or even as a charity case, but as a living, breathing human. And the treatment she knew Yukaiu had received here began to make her livid. She was nearly fed up with Ryuga's seeming inaction, leaving his own life here to rot. So why hasn't Big Boy gotten you out of here? She nearly shouted. Yukaiu looked up, surprised. You haven't noticed how Takamatsu keeps me surrounded in guards? Ryo-chan. He's really tried, Nabuki. When I was first in here, I wanted to be. Those dreams, they really frightened me. Yukaiu's face withered. But they wouldn't let me leave. Ryuga, he's been trying to fight the case honorably, through the system. I guess it's not working. Nabuki stared in saddened shock. She's defending him. HOW can she still loves him? Her voice nearly broke. Why doesn't he just blast his way in here and get you? Yukaiu actually smiled. He wants to. But that would probably get him put in here with me. That is what got me here in the first place, sugar. Her face drooped even more, and some tears flowed down her cheeks. I just want to go home. Nabuki stared at Yukaiu. If what she said about Ryuga was true, somehow, she knew that it was. She had looked through her information on Ryuga on the way here. He lived with his son, and made daily visits to the records departments. The only woman he'd had contact with was his son's fiancée. The realization only added to her growing melancholy. He stayed faithful to her. As Yukaiu spoke on, bringing up happier subjects, Nabuki's mind wandered back to her liaisons. They had been interesting, filling a small need. But the larger need, the one that ate at her control daily, wouldn't be filled by sex, no matter how passionate it was. She began to imagine the couple as they might have been, had the tragedies that led Yukaiu to this place not happened. Ryuga, coming home, maybe having lost his wandering ways. More than likely using that dog of his, she thought with a smirk. Yukaiu greeting him cheerfully, cooking her famous okonomiyaki for their dinner. Little Kyoka playing happily with a possible little brother or sister. In Nabiki's mind, time sped by almost as fast as it seemed to in her own life. The happiness for the couple lasted that fleeting lifetime, Yukayu providing Ryuga with the necessary joy to break his depression, Ryuga giving Yukayu the stability she needs to run her business, to run the household, to live in peace. The children grew, the family thrived. Nabiki's vision, for reasons she could not fathom, focused on Yukayu, lying in a hospital bed, very old now. Ryuga was weeping as her whispers of love trailed off, and her breathing and heartbeat stopped. In her mind, he walked outside, wept, with a final cry of sorrow, blasted the air with his ultimate technique. His son walked him home. Nabiki swallowed, blinked, and smiled out of her reverie. How weird. Yukayu was still chatting away, but Nabiki hadn't been listening. I hope she hadn't asked a question. The slip of her imagination had brought back some memories. Ryuga's ultimate technique, the sassy slow dance or something like that. Where had she seen that before? Bond testing. The real Izataion hit Nebiki like a sunbeam. It all became clear. THIS would solve a huge problem. As long as Sis stays stubborn. As soon as it clarified, it was again obscured by conscience. That single quote as her home. I don't care how long I've wanted that land. She shushed herself as the numbers poured in anew. Her eyes lit up as Yukayu yawned. Oh, Yukayu, you must be getting tired. I should go. As she rose, she noticed the slightly disappointed look in Yukayu's eyes. She cringed and sighed. Okay, Nebiki. Yukayu forced a smile. Take care of yourself, okay? The goodbyes were more forced than Nebiki had wanted them to be. After promising to tell Ryuga she missed him, and promising to visit again soon, a promise she definitely intended to keep, Nebiki almost fled into the parking lot. She caught her breath near the limo. UKYOU, I swear, as soon as I finish some things, I'm getting you out of there. As he opened the car door, her chauffeur asked her, how was your visit with Hibiki-san, madame? She smiled softly as the wheels of Plan B turned and shuddered. I found it most enlightening. After noticing his watchful gaze in the rear's view, she instructed him to drive. But as she left the car, she slipped him a key to her bedchamber. Takamatsu watched nervously as Tendo Nebiki drove away. I tell you, Go-sankuji-san, she's up to something. Go-sankuji's pandering voice floated over the headset. Whatever she's planning is probably for her own ends. She's far too embroiled in her business plans to pay attention to the mumblings of a mental patient. Go-sankuji disconnected the line and radioed the chauffeur. Keep an eye on her. If anything happens, let me know. Seeing that Tendo-san was engrossed in her figures, he quietly acknowledged his orders. Use Corporate Headquarters, June 6, 2024. Come on, Doc. It's a sweet deal. Large spacious place, Free of Nebiki was cut off for what seemed the 100th time by a gentle male voice on the other end. She was the only person left at use that still used the old-style vocal interface phones. Her eyebrows rolled as she heard the same argument for the 50th time. No offense, Tofu, but I'll tell you what I told Kasumi. Get in the 21st century, will you? Nobody does the stay in the family house thing anymore. She listened again, then slumped her shoulders. Are you sure? Alright, Tofu. Okay. Tell Kasumi and Bell-chan I love them. Bye-bye. She hung up, dejected. She really hadn't wanted to go with that plan, but now she saw no choice. She signed the paper labeled field test and checked the calendar. Yes, that would be perfect. Her phone on her desk began to ring again. Tendo Nebiki. Her eyebrows went up in amusement. Perfect timing, P-chan. I'll be there tonight. 6 o'clock, okay. Alright then. Bye now. She hung up the phone, and began planning her outfit for the very special visit. Now. Sweet kick low, spinning to a high roundhouse. 3 punches high, 4 low, turn, kick, turn, punch, jump and kick high. Ryuga pushed his kata faster, battling the depression and frustration of his earlier failure. He had just received Yukai's latest letter. It was mostly a series of black felt-pen lines. I can't get her out, I can't see her, and they censor her letters. Damn it, what the hell good am I? As he flung his fist to the ground from his position in the air, he screamed his attack's battle cry. The AKSAI-10 there was a knock at the door. In the old days, that distraction would have shattered his concentration, causing him to shatter the floor rather than stopping. As it was, his finger stopped 2 millimeters away from his target. Grabbing a towel, he walked to the door, still sweating from his workout. He put the towel over his bare shoulders and opened it. Tendo Nebiki, dressed in a low-cut blouse and an extremely short skirt, smiled up at him. Ryuga-kun. It's been a long time. Ryuga smiled back, feeling his nose heat up. He knew he wouldn't bleed though. Yukai had been very helpful in curing him of that weakness. Come in, Nebiki. Thank you for coming. It's been a while. Nebiki's brow furrowed, ever so slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. I was almost positive this outfit would make him hemorrhage. Now what am I going to do for evidence? She had come with a plan B, but for some reason, seeing him now, it just didn't seem right. She smiled at him, a smile meant to at least break him into a sweat, but by that time he was already turned toward the kitchen, following arrows placed on the walls. When she looked closer, she recognized Kyoku's handwriting indicating where the arrows lead. Ryuga made it to the kitchen with ease thanks to his son's directions. He began to make tea for the guest. I hope I'm not keeping you from a date or anything. No, not really, she said in low tones, walking to the door. How can I help you, Ryuga? She looked up at him to bat her eyelids, but he was concentrating on the tea. Unheard by Ryuga, a low grunt of frustration escaped her throat. I need your help. Someone has a hold over me, and it's keeping me from getting Yukai out of the hospital. Ryuga made a fist with his free hand. I could have gotten her out years ago if it hadn't been for that pompous, long-winded. He sighed, reining in his frustration. Anyway, I can't get Yukai out with Gosunkuji holding Kyoku's future over my head. Nebiki nearly laughed out loud. Who would have thought that little Ikaru's kid would be so ruthless? Mentally, she was getting frustrated with Ryuga. Here I am, putting everything I have into trying to turn him on, and he's not even looking at me. Nabiki looked at her outfit. She prided herself with still having the body she had grown into as a teenager. The outfit she wore only added to her long, smooth curves. So why the hell isn't he looking at me? Before long, the tea was done, and they adjourned into the main living room. Ryuga outlined his problem, while Nabiki listened intently. She had decided to concentrate on Ryuga's problem, and was now lapsed into thoughtfulness, wondering how much information she had on the Gosankuji. She was surprised to realize that it wasn't much. Ryuga, do you happen to have a fax? Ryuga blinked twice. Yeah, I think Kyoku has some fax thing on his computer. Nabiki jumped up and booted up the computer on the table in the next room. After making a call, she started the fax program. This will send me all the information I have on any one person. Her face softened at Ryuga's almost desperate expression. Don't worry. I'll figure something out, or I'm not Tendo Nabiki. As they waited, they spoke of mundane things. Kyoku's graduation, Nabiki's businesses, and Kasumi's daughter, Belladonna. Nabiki, in the meantime, studied Ryuga, looking for a weakness she could exploit as much out of habit as out of need to go forward with her plan. He didn't offer as much of an opportunity as he would have in their younger days. He was more confident, or at least more cautious. Every time she'd notice his eyes roaming down to her cleavage or the hem of her skirt, he would avert his gaze. Ryuga, my boy, she thought, smirking inwardly, you are far too honorable for my own good. The conversation continued as small talk, never occupying Nabiki's mind fully. It never had. She had trained herself to use small talk as a tool, not a pastime. But, before long, the computer beeped, signaling that the task had been completed. They walked into the room, and Nabiki took the paper from the printer. Gosankuji Kaiufu. Age, 20. Parents, Gosankuji Hikaru missing. Gosankuji Hikarai, Yae and Ryu missing. Present occupation, medical assistant at use. Well. Ryuga strained over to see. What? He asked, impatient as always. Nabiki clucked her tongue and waved him away. Criminal record, none. Address, medical history, schooling. End of file. Nabiki looked at the paper in shock. He works for me, and that's all I have. Ryuga sat heavily into a nearby chair. Well, I guess I just have to keep looking for another way. Nabiki turned on him, her eyes ablaze. Oh, no you don't, Ryuga. You are not giving up like that. All I need is more time. She saw the defeat in his eyes, and tried anger, out of desperation. Don't tell me you're giving up on Yukai now, too. It worked. No. Ryuga began to pace. It's just that everything I've tried has only met with failure. I can't get her out legally. I can't break her out. I just don't know what to do. Ryuga's familiar depression began to settle on him like a dark shroud. Nabiki stared at him, as if noticing him for the first time. Nabiki had always thought of herself as emotionally stable. Sometimes, she had been described as cold. It was not an impression that she liked, but it also wasn't anything she cared to disprove, either. Lately, she'd been feeling strained emotionally, almost ready to snap. She'd tried everything she could, men, exercise. Only her business dealings were enough to keep her feelings at bay. She could now feel her resolve cracking. She slumped into a chair opposite him, thinking of a way to help him. He single quotes not giving up. She began to look him up and down. Her eyes rested on his muscled chest, hard-won from a lifetime of martial arts training. She saw the lines of his face, leaner than in their youth, but still rather handsome. She quickly derailed that thought, or at least tried to. She looked up past his chin, over his lips, the bridge of his nose, until she finally locked with his eyes. Eyes that were full of raw pain. Eyes that were full of kindness. Kindness that had always been seen but never noticed. Eyes that reminded her of days that now seemed so long ago. Nabiki turned away to try to hide her tears. Ryuga noticed. Nabiki, I'm not giving up. It's just so hard sometimes, you know. Nabiki nodded, her throat too closed to do anything else. Ryuga leaned forward in his chair. Are you okay? Nabiki sniffed. No, I'm not okay. She turned to him, tears she had long ago refused to shed brimming over her eyes. I keep trying to run from it, but it won't go away. I can't help but think that if my stupid sister had seen in you what I see now, instead of falling for that macho jerk, maybe she wouldn't have let him drag her down. A sob interrupted her thoughts. Ryuga looked at her, shocked at this thought that had come from nowhere out of the distant past. What shocked him more was that he agreed with her. Nabiki began to cry in earnest. Years of torment, grief, and pain shed themselves in salty tears. As her sobbing subsided, she became aware that she was being held by warm, strong arms. A soothing voice drifted from above her as a strong hand gently stroked her hair. The words, unheeded until now, were not as important as the comfort they brought. The warmth of Ryuga's chest, the gentleness of his touch and voice, and the strength of her previously suppressed emotion pushed action from her. She rose against his chest and gently pressed her lips to his. Ryuga didn't react, at first. As they stared into each other's eyes, Nabiki again gently caressed his lips with her own. The gentle encouragement was all he needed, and he tightened his hold to her as the kiss lingered. Warmth slowly turned to heat, and to minds blanked of everything but each other. As they progressed into another room, one thought flickered through a heated mind, unheeded. PLANB has begun. She awoke, sweating, almost panicked, not knowing where she was. Beside her, in the bed, was a softly sleeping form. As the haze burned away from her mind, she remembered. Deity. It wasn't the first time she had woken up with that feeling. But as she watched the form asleep beside her, a sick feeling spread in her stomach. I never meant for this to happen. At first, the sickness threatened to overwhelm her. Then, her natural defenses kicked in. Is it? Oh, deity, what if I forgot? She hadn't. It was there, to the side of the bed. If she hurried, she'd still have time. She grabbed it up, careful not to spill what was inside. She had truly prepared for this, even if she had decided it wasn't a good idea. The condom was specially treated to preserve its contents. She stopped and looked at Ryuga, sleeping peacefully. A soft smile crossed her lips. "Thank you, Ryuga. You've helped me more than you know. And I don't just mean with my plans." She dashed off a note, then hurried outside. She had to get to the use offices before the sample lost all viability. Ryuga awoke, head pounding, body more tired than any workout he had ever put himself through. "I haven't felt this good since." His eyes snapped wide open, and he sat bolt upright in the bed. "Tity? No." He looked around, frantically, praying he had merely been victim of overactive hormones as he had sometimes in the past. The note, left on a pillow beside him, shattered that hope. "Ryuga, this night was truly a night to remember. Thank you for treating me so kindly. You had given me something I needed. Hospitality, someone to lean on, and most importantly, comfort during a dark time in my life. I will always remember your kindness and warmth. Please forgive me for leaving so soon. Perhaps it's better this way." Nabiki Ryuga stared at the note, the night before coming to him in bits and pieces. Nabiki had started to cry. He held her, and then she kissed him, and he did nothing to prevent it. She had not seduced him. She hadn't pushed herself on him. She kissed him, and he crumbled. Images of Yukayu flooded his mind then, trying desperately to drown out the recent memory. The happy images he tried to conjure changed to angry visages of his wife, then weeping. It broke his heart to imagine her crying, as much as it had when he had witnessed it. The images morphed again, to a time very long ago, when he and Yukayu had first met. She had arranged for him to go on a date with Akan, and everything was actually going well. That is, until Ranma showed up. With one pathetic disguise, he brought Ryuga to shame, and shaken what had been the very foundation of himself, his love for Akan. Later, he was to realize that what he had taken as a crumbling of his world had been the mistake of a teenage boy. But at the time, it was as if his heart had been ripped into by his betrayal of his one true love. Now, he truly had betrayed someone. His wife. His Oko-chan. And it hadn't been a trick of a jealous boy. It had been something he could have stopped. Something he could have prevented. He had taken his own needs into consideration before those of his wife's. And worse, he had truly loved the woman he was now guilty of hurting. The note crumpled as his fist balled up, and singed as the flames of depression were fueled to capacity. Ryuga placed his head in his hands, and wept. "Oko-chan. I'm sorry." Ryuga had a record month. He had gone the entire time without getting lost. Mainly because he hadn't left his house. Only after the explosion was reported did Ryuga come out of his stupor. The news, told to him by his red-faced, panting son, shocked him deeply. Someone had destroyed the Ono clinic/household. But the shock didn't end. While listening to the story on the news for the 50th time, Ono Kasumi was found within the wreckage. She had been severely injured, and was being rushed to the hospital. Ryuga blanched. Tity. A knock pulled him from his reverie. He walked mechanically, still listening to the story on the news, and opened the front door. In the second it took for his muddled reflexes to react, he was on the floor and cold metal braces were placed on his hands and feet. A detective walked in seconds later, after an all-clear sign had been shouted outside. "Hibiki Ryuga?" he asked, voice clear and commanding. "What the hell is going on?" "I'll take that as a yes." The detective sobered after his little jest. "I do apologize for this treatment, Hibiki-san, but given your history in dealing with law enforcement, we felt it was the safest way for all involved. Hibiki Ryuga, you are charged with the destruction of the Ono Chiropractic and Moxibustion Clinic, and the severe injury of one Ono Kasumi. The rest of the day passed by in a blur. He was processed, searched, and put in a cell. The idea that he could have willingly hurt Kasumi drove any thought of any kind of action, violent or otherwise, out of his mind. He went through everything stiffly, as if his soul had detached from his body and stood by to watch what was going on. The police treated him with professionalism, even respect in most cases. Everything floated through his mind at once. Kasumi single quote S hurt. I need to visit her. I'm supposed to visit Oko-chan Saturday. Kyoku's turn to cook tonight. Name. The statement shocked him to awareness. He was at a desk, with a policeman, who was preparing to type his information into the computer. Hibiki Ryuga. Occupation. The voice was dispassionate, professional, even a little cold. The information was not asked for, but rather made as a statement. He typed dispassionately, and then gestured for the guard to take Ryuga away. He was led to a large, dimly lit room, with sections separated by bars. A door was opened, and he was led inside. Before the guard left, Ryuga turned to him. "Why?" The guard looked perplexed, and blinked in surprise. "Why what, sir? Why am I here?" Ryuga's confusion began to surface. "Why am I being charged with hurting Kasumi?" "Sir, I am not." Ryuga looked at him, eyes full of hurt and anger. "Ono Kasumi practically raised my son. She has shown me nothing but kindness. Why would I of all people want her hurt?" The officer closed his eyes. He walked out of the cell, closed the door behind him, and pulled to make sure it was locked. Then he walked to the side of the cell where Ryuga had slumped on the one cot. He crouched down, and whispered to him, "If I get caught telling you this, it will be my job. Supposedly you were inside of the clinic when you found a letter, addressed to you, from a Miss Tendo-kan, blaming you for her suicide. No. The theory is that you saw the letter, became upset, and blasted the clinic with your key technique. Ono Kasumi was inside at the time, and was trapped by a fallen wall." Tity. Mumbo Ryuga stared at the wall, lips trembling in anger. in frustration, and deep, deep sadness. "Why do people think I did it?" he whispered, more to himself than the guard. The guard answered anyway. "First of all, you are the only person left in Miramar who knows how to do that technique. Secondly, there were tissue samples that were genetically identified as being yours." Ryuga looked confused. The memory of that fateful night came back. "Nabiki. Thank you," was all he said. The guard left him in silence. Ryuga tossed and turned that night, betrayed by his dreams as he was by his friend. The weeks passed by slowly. It fit Ryuga's mood perfectly. Kyoku had come to visit him whenever he had time. During one of those visits, Ryuga had broken down. "You what?" Kyoku's face showed shock, but no anger. You had an affair?" Ryuga nodded, shamefaced. His head hung limply between his hunched shoulders. "I couldn't bear to see your mother's face when she found out." Kyoku stared, his face, his body going numb. His father, the man he had practically idolized, who had taught him what honor was, had failed. His father, who had held him up to the highest standards of honor, could now not look him in the eye. How? He knew his voice was strained, knew that more disappointment had come through than even he had wanted to. But he needed to know. Ryuga's shoulders slumped, even more than they had been. He had heard the disappointment in his son's voice. Kyoku cleared his throat. "Pop," he started, "look at me." After several seconds, Ryuga looked up. "What you did, was it? I mean..." He began to blush madly. Frank talk about women being a weakness he had definitely gotten from his father. "What I mean is, did you? More than once?" "No." Ryuga's voice came out louder than he had desired, and he looked nervously at the guard. He hadn't dodged. "No. It was a moment of weakness." Kyoku relaxed visibly. "Okay then. I think I can understand where you might have been tempted, maybe even wanted it. But I know you, Pop. I know that you love Mom as much as any man has ever loved a woman. And I think Mom knows that, too." Ryuga smiled at his son. His fears were not relieved, because Kyoku barely knew his mother, but it was nice to hear all the same. "Thank you, son." Ryuga sat in silence for a couple of uncomfortable moments when he arrived on a topic that he felt was safe. "So, how are you and Asuka getting along?" Ryuga hadn't exactly approved of his son dating an older woman, especially one whose only desire seemed the conquest of his son. But she had changed, and while a bit obsessive at times, she was, in the very least, devoted to him. Sometimes, she reminded him of Kunio Kodakai, times that made him shudder, but she was kind to his son, and he truly seemed to care for her. Besides, any topic would have been preferable to the one they had just been talking about. Also, it was worth it to see the blush on his son's face. They talked for the rest of the visiting time, then Ryuga was sent to his cell. Kyoku was his only visitor until after the first of the year. "Hibiki, you have a visitor." He was laid out to see a face that in his dreams drove him to anger. The way it looked now, it also drove him to pity. Tendo Nebiki was a mess. Her face was puffed, her hair disheveled, and her clothes didn't reflect a businesswoman on the rise, but a woman in despair. In her eyes was a desperation, as if she truly had nowhere to turn. Part of him pitied her, wanted to reach out to her. The other part of him hoped she was getting what she deserved. "Why are you here?" he hissed through clenched teeth. Her eyes darkened, as if she had expected this despite her hope for warmth. "I came to apologize." He glared at her. Too late. That genetic material they found at the blast site. That was why you came to me, isn't it? That was why you slept with me. Nebiki's thin mask shattered. Her eyes went wide, and tears, real tears, sprang to them. "No, Ryuga, you have to believe me. I didn't come there to sleep with you. You would have none of it. I saw your note. You had given me something I needed. I didn't know what that meant until I was arrested." She wilted under his hot gaze. "I never meant for this to happen, Ryuga. That night, I was only using me for your own ends." He leaned into the glass, the handset moved so that she could see his face. "You used me, Nebiki. You used Akan's name, you used your sister, and you used me. I thought you were my friend, but all you have ever done is use the ones who care about you. And deity help me, I did." He could see her shoulders slumping, see the hot tears flow down her cheek, but he didn't care. Then her mask fell into place, hard. "I won't bother you again after today, Ryuga. And I did care for you, too. Oh, I won't waste our time convincing you of that. You'll be out soon. Goodbye, Hibiki-san." With that, she stood and left, her shoulders slumped, and her head held high. Ryuga burned her back with his stare. He went back to his cell and fell into another fitful sleep. Nebiki watched the timer go down. Lost. Everything was lost. She had killed her sister, all in the name of money. She had used one of her last friends, an honorable man, to cover her tale. She had ruined the lives of the kindest man in the world, and the most beautiful niece a woman could want, and in the process, lost them all. 130, 129, 128. Tears, hot and salty, poured down her cheeks. She had tried to make everything right. The condo for the family, use for the pain Ryuga had suffered. All empty gestures. Even in the end, the best way she could think of to rectify her mistakes was with money. Money had always solved her problems in the past, but none of it would bring back Kasumi. 0 minutes and 49 seconds. 0 minutes and 48 seconds. 0 minutes and 47 seconds. She had disappointed everyone, made a mess of everything. Daddy would have been furious. Akan would have been mortified. Even the macho Ranma would have thought she was nuts. Everyone hated her, or would have. Everyone but the person she'd killed. Everyone but Kasumi herself. 0 minutes and 23 seconds. 0 minutes and 22 seconds. 0 minutes and 21 seconds. Only Kasumi would have forgiven her. In her nightmares, she did. She stood at Mother's grave, and watched in horror as the ground trembled, then turned up, revealing a now rotted casket. She nearly screamed as it slowly opened. There, burned almost beyond recognition, was Kasumi. "It's all right, Nabiki-chan. I forgive you, little sister." She had woken up screaming every night for the last month. 0 minutes and 11 seconds. 0 minutes and 10 seconds. 0 minutes and 9 seconds. The nightmares would end soon. She would have finally paid for all the hurt, all the suffering she had caused. 0 minutes and 7 seconds. Akan's image flashed in her mind, watched, sadly, frustrated. Nabiki thought she saw her mouth. "You didn't have to do this." 0 minutes and 5 seconds. Tears flowed from Nabiki's eyes. "I love you, Akan." 0 minutes and 3 seconds. Nabiki closed her eyes. 0 minutes and 2 seconds. A sob escaped her lips, no longer held back by her facade. 0 minutes and 1 second. Oni-chan. "I'm sorry, sis." 0 minutes and 0 seconds. There was light. Then there was darkness. Hibiki Ryuga's world was beginning to change. He didn't like it one bit. He had been released after the second explosion, done with the same type of weaponry, happened while he was in jail. They had also found samples of his genetic material in the labs at use, a company he now owned, in full. Which meant Gosankuzi Kyuthu no longer had a hold on him. He and Dr. Tofu were leaving the company. So much the better, probably. Even though he was exonerated, he still could not bring himself to face the doctor. Tofu was not the only person he could not face. His own wife was becoming a stranger to him. He had tried to visit with her after he had gotten out of prison. The shame of his affair coupled with the paranoia Yukai had manifested lately had made that visit nothing more than a strained exercise in futility. It had ended with him blurting out "I'm sorry" and heading for the nearest exit. As the years passed, he kept trying to visit. He had ended up getting lost. Kuroshiro had gone blind. She could still travel within the house, but could not find her direction any better than Ryuga. Kyoku had made himself busy with work, and his marriage to Asuka. Ryuga had tried to go himself, but in the 14 times he tried to make the trip, he had ended up in 3 hotels, 2 bathrooms, 4 dojos, and a pagoda somewhere in China. The other 3 times, it had started raining. After some time, he had merely given up. In all that time, he had received 1 letter. Surrounded by the censors and tear stains was 1 sentence: "Ryo-chan, where have you been?" Tokyo Institute for the Criminally Insane, October 15, 2038, 1:54 p.m. C Mon, Hibiki. It's her birthday, for crying out loud. Ryuga's hand tightened on the handle of the institution door, trembling slightly. He stared at it in wonder. He could have counted on one hand the number of times his hands had shaken in fear during his lifetime. That number had doubled in the last 4 months. Whether it had been monsters, or Sodom, or even a herd of pigs, He had never had that deep sense of foreboding. Only the prospect of being splashed in front of a can had made him tremble. Now, it seemed, the prospect of seeing his wife gave him the same sense of failure. Failure that a martial arts technique could not rectify. In the past, that fear had always driven him to action. And it did this time, as well. He walked away from the door. His depression was severe, but he had learned to handle it without the green-hued light show that had marked him in the past. He walked, head down, out the gates of the Tokyo Institute for the Criminally Insane. Then he turned back. The time for running is over. After all, it was her birthday. His hand touched the handle, and he pulled the door open. The nurse at the reception desk looked up at him as he walked up to her. "Can I help you?" "Yes," Ryuga said, his voice husky with emotion. "I'm here to see my wife, Hibiki Yukayu." The nurse looked through her paperwork, and then stopped. She looked up at him, straining to keep her face under control. "I'm sorry, Hibiki-san. She died early this morning." Ryuga's face paled to a sickly white, and he staggered against the desk. "What how?" "She went into cardiac arrest at around 3 o'clock this morning. The doctors did everything they could, but..." The sight before the nurse stopped her explanation in cold terror. Ryuga was glowing dark, fiery green. There was no anger in his face, but the fire engulfing him threatened to destroy the entire building. He turned, slowly, and walked out the door. He found his way home with ease. But it didn't matter. Ryuga had never felt more lost. Fin ** Chapter 8 ** The R-Files begin file OD1 R26, Alpha clearance. She reached for him, her long brown hair swaying in a non-existent breeze. A harsh white glow surrounded the form, making it an almost painful pleasure to look at her for any length of time, and yet he could not tear his gaze away. Not for a moment. Not from his wife. Tofu put his hand out to meet hers, and then felt it. The barrier. A crystal shield, an invisible, infinite plane that separated his night from her day, a division which she didn't seem to notice. He pounded on it, shouting, but his screams were as inaudible to her as her own mutterings to him. Throughout the whole ordeal, she only smiled and giggled, oblivious to the pain the isolation caused him, cupping her hand over her mouth, as if to say, "Oh, what a silly husband." But she could say it no more. Green tendrils sprouted from the ground and wrapped around Kasumi, dragging her away, away from sight, away from touch, away from hearing. "Otu-san." The room's light came on with a click, bringing Dr. Onotofu back from the surreal meadow and into the mundane world of drapes and comforters. His body was covered in a layer of cold sweat. "Belladonna." Ibel-chan smiled weakly. Kasumi's smile. The same cream again. Hi. She looked so much like her mother. Except for the lighter-colored hair, and the slightly firmer features from his line, they could have been sisters. It was Okasan. Belladonna sat down next to him on the bed, and placed her arms around his neck. "It's been hard on us both," she said, then stopped. Somehow, there was nothing comforting, nothing appropriately warm or sympathetic, to say after that. There was an awkward pause. "I don't think either of us will be going back to sleep," she continued, after clearing her throat. "I'll go down and make some tea." Belladonna disengaged herself from her father, stood up, and walked a few steps towards the door before turning back. "I'm not mother, but I made some cookies earlier today." She grinned. "I thought you'd like them." "Oh, Bell-chan." Tofu covered his face with his hands and cried softly. "I know, Hotu-san, whispered Belladonna. I know. They sat silently in the kitchen for a long time, each one staring at the tea leaves gently swaying in their cups' thermal currents, and deliberately avoiding eye contact. There was nothing that needed to be vocalized. They understood each other, they knew what each was thinking, and they also knew that what they needed now was to be alone. To reflect. To look back. To think ahead. And yet, there was one thing that had not been shared. A single fact that turned this nightmare into more than that, into a twisted fantasy. And now the time had come for its disclosure. Tofu sipped his oolong brew, then leaned back in the wicker chair. He sighed, adjusted the folds of his dark blue kimono, and looked up. It wasn't Ryuga, he said absently. Belladonna blinked. Hotu-san? The explosion. It wasn't him. Father, I think you've had too little sleep. The stress is getting to you. Why don't you take the day off tomorrow? We can go to the beach, and... No. The doctor's voice, now. Commanding, not paternal. Belle-chan knew better than to try to interfere when her parent was in this mood. She would wait, as she always did, let him speak his fill, and then tell him precisely why it was that she was right and he was wrong. Then, he would acquiesce. For almost 20 years, that had been the way of it. No matter how firm his initial resolution, how stubborn his opinions, the dear man couldn't ever go against the wishes of his wife or daughter. So, she smiled, smoothed her nightgown, and prepared to listen. You know that Nebiki left used to Ryuga. Claims she is a salaried president. He doesn't actually own it. Hi. So you've told me. All her relatives were dead, except for us, and Auntie Tendo knew that you didn't want to have to run the company. Hibiki-san was the only person she could think of, especially since she wasn't counting on that accident. That wasn't why she did it. What do you mean? She had a reason. Oh? Tofu closed his eyes, as if to bring past events closer in his mind. After the trial, I spoke with Kyoku. They wouldn't let me see Ryuga, but his son. He told me something about his father. The eyes opened, and focused on Belladonna's own. They have a very close relationship, those two. More like brothers than anything else. They share everything. Who else would they share it with? Hotu-san? The elder Ono nodded. Exactly. A pause. Kyoku told me of his father's cult. I thought you said Ryuga was in a... He waved her comment into silence. I did. He is innocent of the explosion. Father, there was a trial. With evidence. They found that letter, and the DNA tests confirmed it. You yourself ran the scans. You were the one who told me that it had been his fault, Shishihakan. The doctor ignored her. When Nebiki died, I was there for the clearing of her office. They needed her next of kin, and I was the closest match. I found something in her desk. A notepad. Notepad? Yes. The pages were all blank, but at the bottom of the first one, I saw the impression of a word that had been written on the previous sheet, which was Akan. Silence. Her forged signature. A coincidence, said Bell-chan, shaking her head. Auntie Nebiki. I mean, she couldn't. I ran it through the computer. After I removed all the numbers that had been imprinted, all that was left was a copy of the letter that supposedly had angered Ryuga. A perfect copy. Stop it. Belladonna was crying. Okasan is hurt, and we're both in pain with her, but that's no reason to tell the truth. What truth? There's no one to blame, Hotu-san. You wish there were. I wish there were, so I could wring their necks, but you have to face it. Ryuga found an old letter. He exploded, and without meaning to trapped Mother. There's more. I won't listen to it. After that, I went through the medical department's records. There had been cloning done without my permission. A lot of it, and the rest of the sample was still in the freezer, almost as if I was meant to find it. No one had bothered to hide the records, or even the evidence. I'm not hearing this. The cloned material was Ryuga's. Hotu-san. It was Ryuga's sperm. That was his coat. Nebiki had seduced him. And now, I know why. Tofu took a cookie from the plate on the table and nibbled on it. She was even more vicious than I had given her credit for. Belladonna looked at him, unmoving. Her face was blank, and her eyes cold. It was an accident, she enunciated carefully. Nothing more. No. Then why do I see your mother? See her? She comes to me, every day. I'll be at work, and she will stand in front of me, smiling, reaching out. Would her ghost be haunting me if there was nothing to be avenged? Okasan is alive. You call that life? She breathes. She thinks. She is not dead, Father. And even if she were, the only ghosts there are those created by your own mind. Please, Father. Please snap out of it. I need you. I can't think of losing you this way. Not now. Tofu shook his head. I am not mad, Bell-chan. Not yet. In fact. He looked down, then up, and the kitchen's fluorescent light reflected for a moment off his glasses. In fact, I don't think I have ever seen more clearly. Belladonna wiped her tears dry, and pushed aside the chestnut strands that had fallen over her face. It's almost gone, she said. Let's start a new life today. Promise me you will see someone about this, Hotu-san. About what, Bell-chan? Your dreams. Your visions. Tofu nodded, and smiled. How can I say no to my little Bryu? Today, this ends. Today it ends. Tofu knocked on the decrepit wooden door, sending a few chips of green paint flying as he did so. Come in, Ono-san. He swung the portal open, and cringed at the resulting squeal of rusty hinges rubbing against each other. It always surprises me how easily you identify me. He shook his head. I've been a doctor for decades, and still I don't know how you do it. There can be sight even when the eyes are lost, said Cologne. Sight beyond the limits of your medicine. She smiled. Grotesque, and anything that looked so twisted still could manage to turn up the corners of its mouth into a skullish grin. She'd had the appearance of a ghoul before, but now that shampoo had plucked out her eyes, she looked like Baba Yaga out of some child's fairy tale. And yet, she was the only one who could help him. And I promised Bao-chan. What brings you to me, Dr. Ono? There was a deliberate emphasis on the honorific. She was well aware that Tofu preferred not to meddle in magic. It is not often that I have the pleasure of your distinguished company. A ghost. Oh? Cologne raised an eyebrow. Whose? Nabiki's? Akhan's? Kasumi's? The edges of the ancient Amazon's eye sockets contracted in a now unnecessary reflex. She is still alive, Ono-san. Or is she? Tofu nodded. For the moment, she cannot move, or breathe alone, but she is kept alive. Her heart beats, she thinks, but still she haunts me. Sit down, Ono-san, Cologne said quietly. He did. Tell me all about it. I'll be at work, and she will walk into the room. She'll nod, and smile, and twist her head to the side like she always does. And I'll just stand there, paralyzed, almost as delirious as when I was a lad of 20. Something disturbs her soul, Cologne. Something does not allow her to rest, and so her spirit stays with her body. You do not think she ought to be alive? Her wounds are bad. There's nerve damage, which we can't clone. Not yet. And still you leave her on those machines of yours. I had my hopes. Nabiki left instructions that she was to be kept alive at any cost, and that's what I've been working for, with the rest of the company. I was hoping that you could use the knowledge gained to bring Kasumi back to health. I see. Hi, Cologne. That was my plan. A pause. That is my plan. The two-foot witch absent-mindedly fingered her staff, and stroked her chin. There was a minute or two of silent contemplation before she spoke again. It is not a ghost that you are dealing with, Ono-san, but the spirit's shade. It is merely her impression on your mind. You will not let her go. A part of her remains attached to you, and it is that you see. It's that which visits you. Kasumi herself is on that hospital bed. I have known of cases in which the living had ghosts, but she shook her head. This is not one of them. A shade of a spirit? Asked the doctor. The ghost of a ghost, if you will. You cannot help me, then? I promised Bao-chan I would. I did not say that, Ono-san. Oh, not a spirit. It can yet be put to rest. How may I do that? Only you can know, for it is a projection of your essence. You know best what thing it is that keeps it on this plane, that links it to your soul instead of to their own. I think I know, Cologne. The tears welled in his eyes. I think I know. It is not seemly for a man like you to cry in front of me, Doctor. She smiled again. It's getting late. Your colleagues are expecting you at work. I thank you, Cologne. How much? You owe me nothing. I used no magic. This was only the advice of one friend to another. Arigato. You are welcome, Ono-san. Dr. Ono had barely placed his shoes at the entrance to his office when Go-sankuji Kyuthu sprang from his monitor and ran towards him. The fact that he knocked over his chair in the process only meant that he stumbled slightly while doing so. "Tofu-sensei," he shouted. "Where have you been? We've been trying to get to you all morning." "I've been busy," he replied, then frowned. "Is something wrong?" It's your wife. Go on." "What about Kasumi?" He knew what was going to be said, but held no fear. He dreaded this moment for so long, that any panicking had long since been over and done with. "She's Sudasuka. She's dead, Tofu-sensei." His body went rigid for a moment, but only a moment. In less than a second it was limber again, and the only difference from his previous stance was a moist covering over his eyes, just barely noticeable through the glasses lenses. "When?" The tone was firm. "About an hour ago." He considered this. Not bad. And if everything had gone as planned. "Beginning Project R, we can't. If it's funding, don't worry about it. I don't have much right now, but could you take what he owes me a favor or two? Especially since I now have access to Nabiki's files." Kyuthu shook his head. His skin seemed even paler than was usual for a Go-sankuji. "It's not that. The scorching, then. I told you. It shouldn't make any difference after what we've learned with Nabiki. We'll still be able to clone and regenerate it. It'll just take a while." "No, we won't." "I doubt that. But even if that's the case, that's what the buffers are there for. Retrieve the old samples, and use those. It'll take longer, granted, since we have to simulate the aging, but we have all the time we need." "We have no time, Tofu-sensei." Ono's blood froze in his veins, and his arteries seemed to stop pumping. What do you mean?" Every syllable was emphasized. "The brain's gone." "What?" "The brain is gone. Your wife did not die on her own, Tofu-sensei. She was euthanized. On whose orders? And how?" The son of Ikaru and Akarai took a deep breath, then focused his black-lined eyes on the doctor's own. "No orders. It was Bell-chan. She injected Kasumi with a strong basic solution, then unplugged the machines. Bell-chan. Deity." Tofu's mind flashed back to that morning's conversation. "Today it ends," she had said, and he had agreed. But he never thought. He'd never told her. He knew that she wouldn't have agreed to it, would have called it a travesty of nature, a perversion, but deity what now? Basic solution. It corrupted all the tissues, including the brain. We don't even have 1%. Kyuthu shuffled his feet and looked down. He looked uncertain as to what to do with his fingers. "I'm sorry, Sensei. Kasumi. Gone." It didn't quite sink in, emotionally. On an intellectual level, even, it was difficult to assimilate. He knew that she would die, The wounds were fatal, but he always assumed that he'd be able to bring her back. That was impossible. Now, the brain could not be cloned. But in ABIKI's mind it had survived intact or almost so. She was going to be resurrected, as the result of a project under his control. It wasn't fair. The victim punished, and the murderess let loose. No, it would not happen. If he could not heal his wife, he would not do so for the cause of his unhappiness. His face hardened, and he looked at his protégé. Stop the Lazarus Project. Now. I want it all halted. Wipe the data, destroy the machines, and cremate the body parts. Impossible, Sensei. What do you mean, impossible? I'm CMO of use, and I'm ordering you to dismantle the project. I'm also Mzabiki's next of kin, and it's under that capacity that I ask for the body's cremation. Stop the project. The law won't allow it. What law? That card Tendo-san signed. The one which started the project. Yes? What about it? She was thorough. You and I both know that, Sensei. It's legally binding. We can't do a thing that would endanger her possibilities of being brought back to life. Deity. It's perverse, I know. I've already drafted my resignation. If you go, I will follow. He waited for an answer, but his mentor simply stood there, looked away, and clenched his fists. Leave me. He bit his lip and closed his eyes. Sensei? Leave me. Kyuthu. I need to be alone. Hi. But the funeral arrangements. Cremation. Belladonna said. She may do as she likes. It's not like we'll be able to do anything with the body. Not after this. Understood. Gosankuzi Kyuthu bowed, slipped on his sandals and left, not bothering even to right the overturned chair. The door closed softly behind him. So that's why you haven't come to me, Tofu said to Kasumi. You've been busy. His late wife had walked into the office wearing the pale lavender dress he'd given her on her birthday a few days back. She simply giggled at his comment, then smiled. She didn't know, Kasumi. Belladonna didn't know what I had planned. A cock of the head, and another smile. Ono slammed his fist against the wall. And now I'm going to have to allow Mzabiki to be resurrected. After what? After what she did. I can't bear to let that happen. It's not right that she should survive, while you... He gestured at the shade. Well, look at you. Neither here, nor there, not dead, nor alive, and about as able to communicate as when you were on that hospital bed. He was inexperienced at dealing with anger, and his amateurish attempts to deal with a novel emotion led only to a trickle of blood from his lower lip. There's still time. I could tamper with the systems. Let her brain decay ... then ... Kasumi gasped soundlessly and cupped her hand over her mouth in shock. Her accusatory glance was almost too much for Tofu to withstand. You're right, he sighed. You always were. He corrected himself. You always are. That wouldn't solve it. It'd only make me as bad as she. But you must be vindicated. There has to be some way to make things even, to make her go through the same pain she's put us all through. You, me, Bell-chan, Ryuga. His late wife shrugged, and smiled, and walked away. He reached to her. No. Wait. Don't go. She paused only long enough to turn and wave goodbye, then proceeded through the computer bank on the far wall. She was gone. Tofu stared at where she'd disappeared, lost in thought, and then something caught his eyes. Kyuthu had left his terminal on, and the monitor was currently displaying information on their latest find. "Yato," whispered the doctor to himself. He picked up a nearby handset. "Dial up. This is Tofu, CMO. Connect me to the Kunyu Foundation." A few days later, Youth Medical Headquarters receiving room as expected. Kunyu Takewaki's entrance into Youth was grandiose. An escort of cowled, shaven monks preceded him, and formed two rows to flank their master. When he came into the room, they all fell prostrate before him, letting their orange robes sweep around them in a vaguely beige pattern. The Blue Thunder's stride was obviously rehearsed. He took long, equally measured and paced steps, and kept his eyes firmly on the one who had summoned him here. "It's been a while, Takewaki," said Tofu. "You will address me as Kunyu-sensei." "I'll do no such thing. I was healing your wounds when your only thoughts about the clergy was to wonder why they'd ever swear off weapons, and I am your elder, so I have the right to call you what I wish. Insolent cur. Thou darest insult the Blue Thunder, founder of the Kunyu Foundation, poet laureate, and global savior?" Ono nodded. "I dare," he said. "And, Takewaki, it is 2026. Stop archaisms. Methinks thou needest a lesson in manners. Seiji, Yuda, attack." Two of the acolytes stood, one on either side, and rushed the doctor. Without bothering to look at them, he placed practiced fingers on the crucial adhersing points, and sent them into the dreamless sleep of the unconscious. "It is you who will call me sensei." Kunyu bit his lip. "I laid my wife to rest today, Wakey, and I don't have the time or patience to put up with this. I need a favor from you, as a business partner, not a friend. Why should I deal with someone like yourself, after the indignities to which you have submitted me and my noble followers?" Tofu reached into the folds of his kimono and pulled out a small, yellow jump drive. "Because I have unlimited access to Nebiki's files. Would you rather I tell the world what your sister has been up to all these years? The Blue Thunder will never submit to blackmail." "Oh, no." He picked up a wall-mounted handset. "Dial up. This is Tofu, CMO. Kindly send a copy of file TN100 to KK to the..." "Wait. Any thunder that there might have been seems to have collapsed into a whine. Yes? I will hear your request. Just do not send that file. Please. Dial up. Cancel that last command. Click. I'm so glad that we understand each other." What is it that you wish? It is something that must be discussed in private. Those with me are my privy council, if you will. If I may hear it, so may they. Very well, then. I take it you've already told them about Kodakai's religious values. The monks looked up at their master, who paled and began to sweat. And if they may hear everything that you may, I'm sure that it'll be alright for me to brief you on her activities. Monks, disperse. Listen to the commandments of your master. I, Kunyu Tatewaki, Blue Thunder, Poet Laureate and Global Savior, have decided to grant this unworthy vassal's most humble request, that he may know that even the mighty may shine their benevolence upon those who they have far transcended. I take it my threat worked. Kunyu scowled, and did not answer. The monks stood, dusted off their robes, then marched out of the room in single file. Omotofu led the self-proclaimed global savior through 7 levels of retinal scans, password IDs, security checkpoints and voice-activated gates, until they finally arrived in front of an innocuous-looking white door. "We're here," said the doctor. "And where, pray tell?" asked Kunyu. "Is here. Use Alpha Labs. Alpha Labs. Alpha clearance only." He paused. "And those with special permission, of course, such as yourself. No one denies the Blue Thunder." "Oh, no." Tofu grinned. "After you, Kunyu." He bowed and swept his hands in the direction of the door. "I thank you for your sudden graciousness, though indeed this change in your behavior doth puzzle me." Tatewaki staggered back as he was hit by a strong bolt of electricity. "What's wrong?" asked Tofu. "Was the Blue Thunder denied by the doorknob? Let me try." The CMO of use walked to the portal, and easily turned the handle. "What sorcery is this?" "No sorcery, Wakey. We're a medical research facility. This door will only answer to my genetic material, or Kyo, or one other person's. Anyone else will get zapped. Like you." But I am." Tofu cut him off. "I know who you are. I've had to hear you proclaim it loud and clear at least 3 times today. Now, however," he narrowed his eyes, "you are in my domain, where I make the rules. Remember that, Wakey." A rare glint of comprehension crossed Kunyu's eyes. In a split second, it was gone, but he nodded. "I will remember. Lead on, I follow." The lab, when he entered, was dark. Tofu stopped a few feet from the entrance, then closed the door. "Even one of mine own greatness cannot see within a place which holds no light. I'd have to warn you of something, before I activate the lights. What have you need to warn me of? Hast thou drawn me into a trap? If so, know that I am well protected, and that, if I wanted to get rid of you, Wakey, I would done it long ago. Methinks thou dost think too highly of thine own abilities, and then methinks that you should learn how to speak properly. You girl! How dare you? Remember the files. Blackmail is illegal. So are most of the Kunyu Foundation's activities. Silence. Out with it, Ono. What is it that you need?" I need money. A lot of it. I never thought that you would sink to this level. To think that someone who married the sister of the peerless Okan should. It's not blackmail money. Use pays me more than I can spend. I need it for something else. I do not enjoy being kept in the dark. A pause. Either figuratively or literally. It's only for a little while longer. When I switch on the lights, you may find the scene somewhat disturbing. I need you to promise, upon your honor as a monk and samurai, that you will listen to what I have to say before coming to any conclusions. You doubt that I, the great pacifier, can be reasonable? Again you insult me. Oh no. And again I am surprised at your forwardness. First you taunt me, and blackmail me, and now you ask me to agree to something unknown by swearing to it upon my highest values? In a nutshell. Yes. Surely, you jest. I do not. I merely ask that you listen to me before coming to a hasty conclusion. In that case, Kunyu stroked his chin. In that case, I agree to your terms. The Blue Thunder is never unreasonable, and is willing to stake his honor upon that claim. Say it. You do not trust me. Computer, voice check on Autofu. Begin record. Now. From somewhere in front of them, a speaker blared out a monotonic, synthesized voice. Recording session commenced. Log file opened with number February 1st 3750. Security clearance alpha. Say it, Kunyu. Very well. He cleared his throat. I, Kunyu Tatewaki, Blue Thunder, Poet Laureate and Global Savior, do hereby swear upon my honor as a monk and samurai that I shall listen to the arguments of this insolent man before judging and condemning him for any of the vile scenes which he may hereafter present before me. Good enough. Computer, voice check on Autofu. End record. Now. Recording session complete. Log file closed with number February 1st 3750. Security clearance alpha. Canst thou shed light upon the room? Now? I can. Computer, lights on. The fluorescent strips on the ceiling crackled into life, and bathed the laboratory in a sterile white glow tinged with blue. In front of them were all the usual accoutrements of such a place, and more. There were, of course, the computer banks, the stools, the benches, sinks and beakers, and one must not forget the fume hoods, cloning chimes, and genetic samplers, among other equipment straight from one of last century's worst mad scientist movies. That much was expected. What had not been foreseen were the tanks. There were 6 of them, 2 rows of 3. Great glass cylinders rose the 8-foot height at the ceiling, with their metal base and top turning the group into a grotesque parody of an ancient temple's Doric columns. They were filled with a pale gray liquid, noticeably thick and slimy even by the sight alone. Immersed in it were shining tentacles, sensors of some sort which thrust themselves through the murk, from the AI banks above and below, to finally end in what? Kunyu squinted. Surely it couldn't be. Not even the sorcerer Saotome would have been this gruesome in his prime. Hesitantly, He walked a few steps forward, and stopped. He had not been imagining things. The tank in front of him held what was very obviously a human leg. Or had been. Chunks of flesh were torn off randomly, and several of the obscene ungles dug their way into the mutilated limb, leaving mounds of reddened, hardened, crusty meat wherever they made their entrance. If the first held a leg, then the others. Cakewalkie quickly moved to check the neighboring tank. This one bounded several pieces of what might have been a chest. A female chest. He thought he could make out a single breast, well, half of one. Thankfully, another piece, less recognizable, obscured his view. The Blue Thunder's stomach began to rumble. He turned to the doctor, but Ono simply stood there, stoic and impassive. The artificial light reflecting off his glasses lenses made it impossible to read his expression, and his mouth was simply a straight line. And now, the next. An arm. And hand. The hand was the worst part. Its tensed fingers, miraculously whole, showed signs of pain and suffering at the time of death for whoever had once owned them. They seemed so human, so once living. He could not look anymore. Even a warrior like himself had limits. But, still, he was drawn to examine the remainder of the collection. The following 2 cylinders were not too bad. Matching left limbs for the right-sided ones which he had already seen. A shot repeated loses its effect. But, in the last. Go on, said Tofu. Closer. It won't bite. A pause. Not yet. The paw pressed his palms against the smooth, transparent surface of the tube, and looked. A head was there. A severed head, with spinal column trailing down, and probes, electrodes, everywhere. Its eyes were open, and they looked at him. Nabiki looked at him. Cakewalkie was in shock. Of all the people in the world, Adenonos should do this. This was a desecration of the dead. A disrespect of hallowed memory not to be tolerated. The Blue Thunder's brow twisted itself into a frown, and his face grew contorted with rage. Oh no! For this travesty, for this perversion, I will. You will what? I would have you suffer. You will listen to me, first. What? You gave your word, upon your honor, that you would listen to me. It would be a greater dishonor to allow this to continue. I, Kunyu Cakewalkie, demand that you give the lovely. He gulped, and looked at the tanks. But once lovely Tendo Nabiki a proper burial, such as one of her refinement deserves. Even a dog would be treated better than this, at its hour of death. The doctor shook his head. I will not, he pronounced. Kunyu sputtered, clenched his fists, and bit his lip. To rush upon the girl, or wait and listen patiently as he explained. That was the decision facing him. He rushed. Tofu stepped aside, and as the dark kimonoed figure dashed past him, he pressed a single finger to his neck. All movement stopped. I told you, Wakey, that I don't have time for this. I will explain this to you only once, and you will help me, so listen carefully. Kunyu tried to protest, but to no effect. He had been paralyzed. You are in the heart of the Lazarus Project Control Center, began Tofu. Before she died, Nabiki left instructions that her life was to be preserved at any cost. Being head of use, said cost ran very high. He took a stool and sat himself in front of one of the computers, before going on. The company and I are bound by law to grant her a wish, and so we use the full resources of her wealth to bring her back to life. But she does not deserve to live. The halted figure twitched slightly. Let me show you something, Wakey. Tofu pressed some keys on the computer, and a picture came up on the monitor. A blank sheet of paper. This is a computer scan of a notepad found in Nabiki's office after the Ryuga incident. It's in the sensor chamber right now. Computer, enhanced depressions. The image shimmered slightly, and gray lines appeared where there had been none before, confused masses of numbers, symbols, and more. These are the impressions left by Nabiki's pencils on the pad. Computer, erase all mathematical symbols. A window popped up on screen. Searching. Search complete. Removing requested figures. Match accuracy, 85. The display was redrawn, and an entirely new document appeared. Takewaki's eyes widened slightly. Surprised? So was I. Nabiki forged a letter in Akan's name, claiming she had killed herself because she had found out certain things about Ryuga. He looked at his prisoner. I see you want to tell me something. If you promise to be courteous, I will allow you movement of your head. Blink once for no, twice for yes. Kunyu promptly blinked twice. Tofu stood up, walked to him and pressed his hand to a point on his shoulder. Aye, go on. Nabiki. How dare she? How dare she desecrate the sacrifice of the beauteous Tendo Akan, who gave her a young and virginal life for me, and I would not have to choose between my two loves. This cheapens it, makes her holy action a mere whim. You are right, Tofu. She cannot be allowed to live. Why do you persist in this project, then? Unplug the machines. Not so fast, Kunyu. I do not understand. If I let her die, that'll be the end of it. She must pay for what she's done. I can't allow her to get away so easily. His eyes watered over. Her actions took Kasumi from me. Wakey. I had forgotten. Right now you're advocating the consistency project. I do not know what you are. Stop it, Wakey. I know all about your foundation's activities. In fact, I'll help you. Decades in this business have allowed me to set up quite the network. You would help me in my plans for reform? Tofu nodded. I would. In return for your help. What dost thou need? Financial assistance. I need to break away from use and work on the project on my own. Still thou wouldst bring Nabiki back? Only to be punished, Kunyu. Only to be punished. Tatewaki looked at him, surprised, then hardened his expression. The guilty must be punished, he agreed. And she is guilty of the most base deception, one which lays low the exalted, the events which led to my conversion. That means you'll help me. I would fund you, Tofu. That's all I needed to know. The office of Kurane Tenshi, president of use. 2 weeks later, Kurane looked out the window, his hands behind his back. You realize that you'll have to take Nebiki with you. I know that, Tenshi. I'm sorry about that. But the law. And when you leave, we're shutting down Use's medical department. I never saw the use for that in a security company. Neither did I guarantee you, Kurane, that if you need anything done, I'll have Monocorp provided at cost. Thank you, Tofu. He pivoted to face him. Could I have that in writing? Of course. Ono smiled. The son of Tsubasa and Azusa had inherited his mother's acquisitiveness, and his father's versatility, making him a natural businessman. Not quite Nebiki, but he came close. As soon as you give me legal ownership of the use medical equipment, I've taken the liberty of transporting it to the new lab sites. It's been done. We did agree on that as a preliminary to your resignation, after all. We did. Where are the deeds? The originals are in the city's record department. You can verify that online. Certified copies have been sent to your new office. Everything was included. The cloning machines, the samples, everything. We have no use for it, Tofu. Ono nodded. That includes the Lazarus material, I'm afraid. You'll have to pay for that on your own, now. Neither the Hibikis or Use are responsible for it.